It's a real pleasure to gather with everyone here for the 2026 Asymmetry International Symposium at the Curators Institute titled Ecologies of Attention. My name is Michelle Landau. I'm the director of Asymmetry, an independent not-for-profit institution that supports curators, researchers, and writers with Chinese and Sinophone backgrounds. And alongside curatorial fellowships and scholarly placements across museums and universities, Asymmetry also hosts a public program and a research library at our HQ in East London, through which we aim to foster sustained forms of critical inquiry, exchange, and collaboration. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the many people and institutions who have made today possible. First, my sincere thanks to our collaborators at the Courtauld Institute of Art, and in particular, of course, to Wendy Teo, whose intellectual generosity and commitment have shaped this partnership over several years. What began as a collaboration has become an ongoing space for shared inquiry and long-term dialogue. Over the past 3 years, our partnership has unfolded through 3 interconnected lecture series, each culminating in an international symposium. Together, they've explored questions on intimacy, ecology, perception, and forms of knowing that exceed dominant routines of legibility. Our first cycle examined intimacy and relationality as structures through which political, social, and aesthetic worlds are organized and negotiated. The second turned toward ecology and critical habitats, considering how contemporary art might grapple with conditions of extraction, environmental transformation, and interdependence. Most recently, our lecture series, Psychedelic Reason, explored modes of sensing and cognition beyond instrumental rationality, opening onto cosmological, affective, and more than human ways of knowing. Across these cycles, we've had the privilege of welcoming a range of artists, curators, and scholars, including Lotus Lori Kang, Zheng Bo, Xin Yicheng, Shen Xin, Shuang Li, Gary Zhexi Zhang, Mia Yu, Alvin Li, and Amal Khalaf, among many, many others. It is exciting for us to now begin imagining the next phase of this collaboration and the forms of research and exchange it might open into. I also want to thank our co-conveners, Yayu Zheng, Asymmetry Postdoctoral Fellow at the Courtauld, as well as Jessica Kwok, Asymmetry Head of Programs and Curatorial, and in previous cycles, our 2023-24 Postdoctoral Fellow, Fei Xuanxu. I would also like to thank our colleagues and collaborators across both institutions who have supported the symposium behind the scenes through research, production, administration, communication, and coordination. These kinds of convenings are a collective effort, and today rests on an enormous amount of often invisible labor. A special thank you as well to our speakers and participants who've traveled from different places and disciplinary contexts to join us here. We're deeply grateful for your time, thought, and willingness to think alongside one another in public. And finally, thank you to everyone here this morning in a moment where attention is increasingly accelerated, fragmented, and extracted. It feels especially meaningful to gather around slower forms of listening, reflection, and exchange. The symposium continues our shared trajectory by asking how we might think about attention away from an economy or resource, and instead more as an ecology, relational, uneven, embodied, and deeply tied to how we inhabit the world alongside others. I will conclude here as we have a really rich program ahead of us, and it is now my pleasure to hand over to Yayu Zheng, who will introduce the symposium and today's program in greater detail. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ecology of Attention, Sensing at the Age. In the season best to be outdoors, I especially appreciate you being here today joining us. My name is Yayu Zheng, and I'm the current Asymmetry Postdoctoral Fellow at the Courtauld Institute of Art under the mentorship of Dr. Wendy Teo, the Courtauld Senior Lecturer in Modern and Contemporary Art. I'm honored to open today's symposium, which is the third Asymmetry International Symposium. This annual conference aims to advance research and debates surrounding contemporary art in the Chinese and Sinophone world. It is part of an ongoing collaboration between the Courtauld and Asymmetry, which include the Asymmetry Lecture Series featuring 3 lectures under the theme of psychedelic reason throughout this academic year, as well as the funding of my postdoctoral work. So to open the symposium, I would like to frame the questions and ideas leading to the theme of this event. Broadly put, we live in a time of digital overload, constant notifications, scrolling, and multitasking. It is common to hear laments over our shattered focus and shrinking attention spans, which are sometimes, even often, seen as cognitive decline or even a deficit. The problem is, attention is not a neutral concept. It's instead an ideologically loaded term which usually reflects the beliefs, norms, and values that underlie particular historical and material and social moments. Here I want to start with two provocations that problematize and complicate the narrative of so-called attention crisis. First, we cannot discuss attention without discussing the scale of attention and the focus and the object of our focus. Franco Berardi writes in his book, and Phenomenology of the End, that an anthropological mutation is underway in our times, as the social brain is undergoing a process of wiring mediated by immaterial linguistic protocol and also by electronic devices. In this era of social media and technological acceleration, we are capable of attending to and focusing on things of a different nature as a result of cognitive wiring. With the scale of our bodies in a constant state of change, under the conditions of hypercomplexity, we sometimes, either voluntarily or involuntarily, respond intuitively or even automatically. To put it another way, the essence of attention has shifted with the acceleration of the technical environment, which is now less about focusing and concentrating and more about projecting and alternating. But with the constantly shifting scale of attention and object of focus, the meanings associated with attention are inherently ambiguous, or we can say that they are far more unstable and unsettling than we usually think, and can hardly be simply labeled as good or desirable. In the sphere of the digital economy, attention does not present itself to us as a concentrated way of looking at things that fits within a rather fixed or calculable and anthropometrical scales, or we are capable of attuning to. Instead, it constantly mutates, altered, and pulls through a constellation of cognitive and sensory engagement that are increasingly fragmented, hybrid, and relational. Second, the conception of attention is far from being empty, also because it has historically entailed economic interest and political intentions. William James famously defined attention as taking possession of the mind in clear and vivid form, which implies ownership and control. The idea of attention has always been deeply entangled with institutional design and power structures that are predominantly white, patriarchal, and colonial, valuing precision, repetition, and mechanization. From the coining of the concept of attention economy in the late 1960s by Herbert A. Simon to the proposition of economics of attention by Davenport back in 2001, human attention has increasingly been treated as an object of economic capture and commodification, continuously extracted, packaged, and monetized. With Yves Citton arguing for attentional ecologies that can support and enhance sensate sovereignty across society to counter forms of cognitive capitalism, we are also witnessing the opposite of attention, distraction, impulsivity, and wandering, gaining greater notice in post-capitalist discourse. Claire Bishop astutely points out, distraction is not the absence of attention, but a different type of it. It's social and relational rather than individual and intrinsic. This invites us to new ways of thinking and speaking about art, consciousness, and attentiveness, especially in the post-pandemic world of integrated digital infrastructure. So now I will quickly run through today's program. We are very honored to have a diverse range of speakers here today to shed some light on these questions, working across disciplines and in a variety of media. But our first keynote speaker, Dr. Kiki Tianxi, will share with us her recent research which reorients discussions of ecology, cinema, and well-being through a Taoist lens. The research reconsiders attention as an energetic attunement to the world we live in. Then we will have our first panel chaired by Dr. Wendy Teo, featuring the artists Jean-Pierre Fu and Yin Aiwen. The panel considers how the attention economy structures unequal conditions of time and labor, and how embodied and digital practices might redirect attention towards relationality and collective life. So Finland's performance talk picks up on those themes by exploring attention through practices of care, touch, and gesture. And following the lunch break is the screening segment, which brings together two works that recalibrate perception across radically different scales. One turning outwards towards extraterrestrial intelligence, the other taking us on a sensory journey through flora and fauna. In Extrastellar Evaluation 3rd, Entropy 25800, Chen Yijun examines the trajectory of human civilization through the lens of an extrastellar intelligence. See through the hollow blue hellebone moves intimately through the texture of a living landscape. In this film, sensory experience becomes a form of linguistic practice through repetition that resists explanation. One minute of space slowly flows into the body. So the film will start at 2 p.m., but you're welcome to come back to the lecture theater exactly if you want more time for lunch. And just a practical notice. And the second panel, chaired by Michelle Roy-Landon, features Sauvage Chu Sois and Stella Zhong, centering on the ideas of perception and sensing, examining the tension between what we commonly sensed and shared and forms of perception that extend beyond it. Our second keynote, the last segment of the day, is a talk by Dr. Louis Ying from the Art and Anthropology Collective Jomada, in which he will talk about his doctoral research on virtual reality-based mediation systems and how this influenced the development of the transmedia artwork. What's it like to be a virtual dad with this cover page photo here? The question with which I would like to conclude my remark is, as today's highly technologized capitalism continues to turn objects, bodies, and everything in between into both images and systems, toward what and in what manner are we directing our attention? And I also want to thank all of our speakers for their contributions. Thank you all for being here, and thanks to the research forum here at the Ecologies for their continuous support. Additionally, none of this will not be possible without the general support of Asymmetry. Now I want to introduce to you our first speaker, Dr. Kiki Tianxi. Kiki Tianxi is a writer, filmmaker, and curator. She is reader in cinematic art in the Department of Film Studies at Queen Mary University of London, where she set up a research hub for cinema, Asian philosophy, and visual ecologies. Her current project, Taoism, Cinema, and the Well-being Meditative Cinema, received an AHRC Catalyst Awards. Her books include, as the author, Myself on Camera, first-person documentary, Practice in an Individualizing China, published by Edinburgh University Press in 2019. As the co-editor, China's E-Generation, Cinema and Moving Image Culture for the 21st Century, the special issue of Studies in Documentary Film, on East Asian Women's Personal Cinema, Asian Film and Narrative Techniques, and the forthcoming Center for Women's Cinema and the Women Filmmakers. Kiki's award-winning films, including Memory of Home, China's Bengal, and The Two Lives of the Mao, have been widely screened at international film festivals and art institutions. Her curatorial practices include Spirit of Mountains and Water, Cosmological Thinking is Gao Shiqiang's Moving Image Art, and Dancing with Water, Women's Cinema from Contemporary China Film Season. Before that, I just want to say two housekeeping things. One is, I noticed won't happen. Yeah, but if it happens, I mean, like if there's a fire alarm, don't take the elevator, just walk down the stairs, and we call the meeting point is outside in the garden. And the second thing is more, I think, more relevant is that because the toilet on this floor is not working, so we need to go to other floors, upstairs, downstairs, when you need it. And yeah, so now without further ado, let's all turn our attention to our first female speaker, Dr. Kiki Tianqiyu.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Winnie, Yayu, Michelle. It's my pleasure to be here today to share my ongoing research. The topic of my talk today is from attention to attunement, breadth and energetic relationality in cinematic world-making. Is it possible that cinema can breathe? Can cinema invite viewers to breathe with moving image? In time of sensory overload, can cinema hold nothing but unpermittable vitality? If cinematic nothingness exists, could it carry transformative forces, unfolding a meditative space where viewers can attend to their own breath? When breath itself becomes the index of uneven exposure to risk in contemporary ecological and political crises, can cinema and art at large recreate the condition of breathability? When breath itself became, against this backdrop, the context of growing ecological conditions, persistent political conflicts, rising anxieties over collective well-being, and the rapid technological changes, urgent existential questions emerged concerning humans' position in the world and our relation to many things. Art and moving image in particular does not merely reflect or critique these conditions, but became a vital medium for reimagining modes of being, sensing, and relating in post-anthropocentric and decolonial world-making. Can cinema go beyond merely reflecting or critiquing these conditions? The contemporary cinematic nothingness and evocation of breathing and energetic flow in recent films that observed in the last 10 years or so leads me to imagine that cinema can be a meditative medium, one that invites cinematic engagement through breathing. I'd like to share with you a trailer of the film. Many of you perhaps already seen it before. Perhaps just let's.
Just a perfect day. Drink sangria in the park. And then later, when it gets dark, we go home.
おじさん。
ニコ、いつもいいですの？
Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
今度は今度。今は今。
今は今。
When this perfect days draw us into a world where repetitive routines feels fresh each time, and the subtlest moving of vitalities are deeply appreciated, cultivating a calm attunement. The film opens with the protagonist, Hirayama, follows his morning rituals, waking up, tending to his panzai, lifting his head to take in the sky and the morning air as he steps outside, serving the same morning coffee from the vending machine, listening to his old cassette, and driving through the super modern highways of Tokyo to begin his job as a public toilet cleaner. Repetitions and slightly difference are also a key thematic motifs in the cinema of Uzu, to whom the reminders holds long admiration. Such rituals for Hirayama is a practice of emptying, so to be more receptive to the world. He treats each toilet and each act of cleaning with equal care, attending to the usually overlooked beings: the crying boy left in the toilet, the homeless old man embracing a tree, and the flickering sunlight leaking through trees, which is described as komorebi in Japanese, the original title of the film, meaning existing only in the moment. The film's minimalist narrative, sparse dialogue, and unhurried rhythm invites viewers to attune themselves to the tranquility, attending to their own breath. In this way, Perfect Days becomes a form of cinematic meditation, one that's much needed in today's turbulent world. Similarly, Caiming Liang's Abiding Nowhere regulates the viewer's breath, aligning its calm cinematic rhythm with the character Xuan Zhang's repetitive, slow walk. Wrapped in rich red robes, his face slightly turned down, and his hands held in the Saya mantra gesture, the Buddhist monk Xuanzang, played by Caiming Liang's long-term collaborator Li Kangsheng, moves at an extreme slow pace, barefoot through Washington, D.C., one foot raised from the ground, gradually moving forward and slowly lands. Then the other follows. As part of Caiming Liang's walker theories, this iteration retains his signature slowness, yet is distinctively meditative. Xuanzang's much measured pace stands in stark contrast with the bustling, fast-paced urban environment. Without dialogue and relying on ambient sound and subtle sound design, Xuanzang's repetitive and deliberate walk, as a form of resistance to the modernist speed, becomes the narrative itself, inviting a somatic response through breathing, rendering viewing a meditative experience. The repetitive cinematic rhythm and the minimalist narrative, and often slow, not always slow pace, foreground the subtle change of totalities in these films, which cultivate the viewer's own breath and their energetic being. What emerged here evoked a key concept in Chinese cosmology and the broader East Asian culture, the notion of qi. Literally translated as breath or air, qi is often understood as vital energy, primal energy or vitality that exists in and permeates everything. Qi also echoes prajna in Hindu. Exploring how cinema can render the seemingly invisible qi perceivable in my recent article, Cinema of Qi, I also began to think whether cinema has its own vitality. Like breath-infused gesture of calligraphy, the embodied energetic flow in martial arts, dance, qigong. I argue that moving image may carry with it a romantic flow of qi, reshaping not only what is seen, but also invites engagement through breathing. The realization of this opens up a new, compelling new path for tracing cinema's overlooked lineage through its Asian aesthetic tradition, whose cultural impact are still understudied. Recent publications include Isabel Taylor-Roth's East Asian Aesthetics and the Space of Painting in 18th Century Europe, and Paul Glaston's observation that influence of synchronized Taoist Buddhist inflated Neo-Confucian thinking and practices have been influencing the development of modern Western Romanism and early or modernist painting. In this lineage, art is not merely a vehicle for expression, but a practice of body cultivation, one that cultivates qi of the creator as well as the viewer. So through this lineage of thinking, I'm currently writing my second monograph entitled Cinema That Breathes, Taoist Film Philosophy and Meditative Cinema. It is part of the new project I'm working on Taoism cinema well-being, and this project responds to the critique of anthropocentrism and Western-centric post-humanism. What it's aimed to do is try to offer a correlative by arguing for the conceptual and analytical power of non-Western philosophies. As such thoughts remain rarely studied in the study of cinema and visual art. Building on existing dialogue between Taoism and environmental philosophy, aesthetics, art history, medical humanities, gender studies, and body cultivation arts, I aim to develop a Taoist theoretical framework to explore cinema, and I also propose a new mode to engage with cinema through qi breathing, challenging the Euro-American theorization that follows the mode of eyes, or the mode of brain, or the mode of body. In addition, my study also mainly through what I propose a category of meditative cinema, to examine how this film invite a cinematic engagement through breathing, and what I call energetic relationality. In relation to today's topic, I'll ask, how can Taoism intervene current debates on ecology, not only to expand existing approaches, but propose new ways of thinking ecological attention as receptive modes of being and attuning oneself to the world? Second, can Taoism provide with a different epistemology to experience cinema, one that's through qi, and if so, how? Does cinema have its own qi, rhythmic vitality, borrowing the traditional East Asian concept qi yun that informed by Taoism? At the turn of the 21st century, Lucy Regari draws inspiration from what she calls Eastern yoga teaching and pre-Arya Indian spiritual practices, and investigates what it means to learn to breathe, revisiting Western philosophies that for a long time centered on the act of thinking. Irigari brings attention to an essential but largely forgotten element of air and the practice of breathing. For her, air has been largely forgotten from Western philosophy precisely because, quote, air does not show itself as such, escapes appears as a being, unquote. Irigari not only affirms breath as a fundamental to life, but also foregrounds its ontological character, its modes of existence through non-presence. Irigari's insight resonates with my own exploration of qi in cinema and the neglected role of non-being as part of existence, and elements that argue extremely essential to the contemporary world making. How do we live with nothing? How do we notice the nothingness and emptiness around us? While Irigari draws inspiration from Indian tradition, I found it useful to turn to Taoism. Irigari regards being as a sign of autonomy that fundamentally forms individual subjectivity. For her, breathing corresponds to the first autonomous gesture of living human being to come into the world, supposes inhaling and exhaling by oneself. While breathing marks individuality, it is also what connects everything and all beings. From this perspective, Taoist qi emphasizes that all breathing beings and things are studied within an interconnected, holistic one, the oneness, continuously participating in the transformation of vital energy. Many non-Western and pre-modern knowledge systems indeed still penetrate contemporary lives and offer valuable approaches responding to contemporary ecological and political problems. As I have argued elsewhere, decolonizing knowledge production principally means recognizing how modern knowledge is constructed, asking who determines the legitimacy of knowledge and knowability, and abolish the prejudice that regards modern Europe as the golden standard for explanatory significance and epistemic value. In recent years, indigenous cosmologies from the formerly colonized regions have rightly gained attention. Work built from non- and semi-colonized traditions, such as Taoism, also merits recognition for their analytical capacity. The past 2 decades have seen increasing awareness in film practice of the need to manage cinematic footprint, the ecological damage caused by the seemingly intangible or immaterial image production. This has led to growing infrastructural change and the move towards more sustainable creative economy in the film industries. What is more fundamental, as I have discussed in the chapter of cinema of Qi, is to recognize the limitations of Eurocentric ecological thinking, including the concept of Anthropocene itself. The term was first introduced in 2000 to describe ecological epoch in which humankind has become a major force in the exploitation of Earth's resources. The mechanical worldview emerged in the 17th century West is closely tied to the rise of modern science, industrial capitalism, and colonial expansion. It has settled so deeply in the Western collective psyche that it now appears natural. As its philosopher Anna Johann Vetlesen observed, it has stretched anthropocentrism, the human-centeredness, as both a worldview and a practice. Internalized from childhood, anthropocentrism becomes second nature, functioning both as an ideology and a cosmology. In this sense, Vetlesen argues anthropocentrism has ultimately paved the way for its entry into the Anthropocene. Both the term Anthropocene and its previous equivalent Holocene, proposed in 1833, are both part of the invention of nature and ecology as modern scientific discipline since the 19th century West. They continued modernist thinking as time as linear, progressive, irreversible, and quantified, and are also part of the modernist naming practice. As the visual theorist T.J. Demo states, ecology's disciplinary formation coincides with the height of the European colonialism, origin not limited to the governing of peoples, but also the structuring of nature. The Anthropocene has been an unfamiliar notion in many non-Western cultures, as it does not register with local cosmological, spiritual, and intellectual understanding of being in the world. Some decolonial scholars even reject the concept of Anthropocene completely, as they believe that turning away from the Anthropocene is necessary not just to unveil the link between the current ecological crisis and its extractive origins, but also to frame a form of affirmative action that is not merely based on including the voices of others within the otherwise modern Western paradigm. How human-nature relationships are conceived, experienced, or expressed are indeed varying in different technologies. The conceptual framework of intergovernmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services acknowledged various interpretations of nature in diverse knowledge systems. The Taoist environmental philosopher Eric Nielsen argued that early and contemporary Taoism does not sufficiently differentiate the human and inhuman for anthropocentrism or biocentrism to be the real issue, since humans are to be cherished as natural things. Nevertheless, the dominant literature on ecology today is still centered on anthropocentrism and post-centrism discourses. According to the sociologist and political theorists Alice Randazzo and Hannah Richter, there are two strands of thought in this Western-centric literature. The first one is a science-led, discontinuous descriptive perspective that emphasized the catastrophic discontinuity of recent ecological changes. This strand of thinking is reflected in many popular films and media. Recent scholarship in the growing field of environmentalism in arts and media also responds to this discourse, emphasizing the role of cinema in raising our ecological awareness and interrogating the use of natural resources in the media infrastructure. Or providing much needed warning, this thinking, however, fundamentally reveals a continuing anthropocentrism, insofar as it permits that the former can be accurately diagnosed and conceptualized by a human rationality that also has the capacity to devise strategies to effectively manage anthropogenic changes. The second strand of thought takes a continuous ontological perspective informed by post-fundamentalist theories. This includes the recent new materialism, object-oriented ontology, ecofeminism, and material criticism, etc. Pioneering scholars in these strands, such as Jane Bennett, Bruno Latour, Don Haraway, identified the relationality of the agency, which always operate through human and non-human networks. This strand put forward a post-human subjectivity and takes ecological challenges as a theoretical opportunity to adapt a broader and more complex understanding of the shaping powers that constitutes both human life and its environment as necessarily intertwined. Holloway proposed the Jehuda thing, while Karen Barrett proposed the interaction to emphasize how agencies come into existence. However, the post-humanist perspective that emphasizes the relationality of agents tends to commit what that Lenson criticized as the flat ontology, taking Latour's Facing Gaia as example. But Lenson argues flat ontology ends up painting a picture where all entities are gray, where one and the same portrait of agency-related capacities is brought to bear on virtually everything that Latour casts his eye on, regardless of their differences. This means disregarding the very qualities of otherness that one needs to honor and to which he must do conceptual justice. Common to Latour and Barrett and to the volcanic spirit such as Janet Bennett, it is a collapsing and leveling of agent-specific differences that their attempts to vindicate them end up committing. The limitations of flat ontology, of course, have been reflected recently by critical post-humanist thinkers. So to balance the relational interconnectedness with pragmatic distinctions for humans' ethical responsibilities and action. However, the critical post-humanism paradigms still tend towards universalism, perhaps unconsciously subsuming the long-lasting Western and indigenous relational ontologies under the Western-centric post-humanist narratives. Many indigenous conceptualizations, relational ontologies, and non-human agencies have existed predating the Western-centric post-humanist reflections. For example, as the Maori scholar Brandon Hokowitu powerfully comments, the nomenclature of the new is simply offensive in the broader realm of multiple realities, as it claims temporal ownership of ideas that already exist in multiple indigenous philosophies, echoing the doctrine of discovery, where already discovered lands only became meaningful through a white captive narrative. In relation to today's topic, I do not simply want to focus on the Western centrism and imperial nature of the existing ecological discourses, but rather how these discourses remain structures around the question of what and who deserve our attention. Even a critical post-humanist attempt to attend to all beings and their interconnectedness still implies a distribution and hierarchy of attention. By contrast, the Taoist notion of the oneness between the cosmos and the human does not require a complete dissolution of human subjectivity, agency, or responsibility. Rather, it suggests living in reciprocal and responsive attunement with one's environment and with others. This also relates to Taoist ethical modes of being in the world, way, effortless action, and in as a receptive mode of being. Here, effortless action does not mean doing nothing or embracing totally non-action. Rather, it means remaining flexible, adaptive, and water-like in one's responsiveness. Attention is therefore never fixed, but constantly shifting and in motion. One remains alert and fully attuned to the world, to our world that we inhabit. What I attempt to do is to address these ontological and epistemological gaps and advocate a decolonial understanding of ecological formation and its impact on art and cinema, rather than focusing on the Anthropocene as a temporal and a geological condition. I reorientate ecology as a relational, responsive, and reciprocal mode of being that can be cultivated. My intercultural intervention also extends ecological philosophy into the realm of Taoist practice of nourishing life and meditative experience. Rather than completely dismissing the concept of Anthropocene, I interact with different paradigms with the aim to generate new approaches to address global challenges, where non-Western philosophies are not just seen as the peripheral. In recent years, in relation to the non-Western thought, significant discussion has been placed on animism, but there are also cosmologies that are neither Anthropocene or animism. Even though many indigenous cultures lived in spirit, animism as a term itself was proposed in the late 19th century by the anthropologist Edward Taylor in his book Primitive Culture, where the notion of animism can generate interesting studies on how non-human entities are treated as animate, agential, and relational. Different worldviews do not really share the same belief in spirit. Taoism, for example, is not a straightforward animism, as in the sense that things contain spirit. As Eric Nielsen asserts, Taoist techniques of nourishing life is to nourish one's bodily life through nourishing the life of things. A life that is distinct from animism, understood as persisting spirit in things. Instead, as I discussed earlier, it is the qi, the vital energy, that takes a central role in Taoist ecological sensibility. Nourishing life is fundamentally about nourishing qi. Chinese cosmology, largely informed by Taoism, that is grounded in the transformative nothingness. But it is not completely nothing. Qi, vital energy, is conceived as fundamental ontological substance that gives rise to all entities in the cosmos, as it states in the chapter 42 in the Tao Te Ching. Way-making gives rise to continuity. Continuity gives rise to difference. Difference gives rise to plurality. And plurality gives rise to the manifold of everything that is happening. Everything carries yin on its shoulder and yang in its arm, and blends these vital energies qi together to make them harmonious. Some scholars even regard Chinese cosmology as qi cosmology, or cosmology as transformative qi hua. Qi functions as a concept for expressing the world's generative becoming and its unceasing process of renewal. As Zhuangzi also states in the chapter of Knowledge Wandered North, human life is a gathering of qi. When it's gathered, there's life. When it's dispersed, there's death. Therefore, it is said, throughout the world, there is but one single qi. Qi does not just occupy a central role in Chinese cosmology, but also represents an epistemology of how humans sense the world and organize their lives. Things are connected through qi. While qi, the vital energy, offers a fundamental different mode of perception from Western ideas of separate sensory organs, rather than understanding perception as informed, processed by distinct senses, optical, audio, touch, smell, qi indicates a more continuous, interconnective, relational, and multisensorial atmospheric mode of sensing. Qi is not confined to one sensory channel, but it is perceived through breathing, rhythm, smell, and vitality. It is similar to, for example, the scholar Thomas Corner called intersensoriality, that senses constantly influencing and modifying one another in specific ways. In addition, as is to be demonstrated through the concept of qi yun, in the final part of my talk, qi is also fundamental in artistic practices. And how does this ancient yet vital understanding of qi shed light on contemporary creative moving-image practice? Well, I'm actually skipping a quite important part today, that is how Taoist film ontology is based on nothing, the transformative and the generative nothingness. But I want to connect the Taoist film philosophy here to emphasize on its phenomenological nature. So such a Taoist film phenomenological experience is non-dualistic, less intentional, and mediated through qi, manifests through breathing. It departs from the mode of I, where cinema is primarily emphasized as representational views seen through a disembodied audience. It also differs from the rich scholarship that regards cinema as brain or consciousness. Film phenomenology, pioneered by Vivian Solchap, marked a vital contribution to the affective turn in the Anglophone film scholarship in the 90s. Through Merleau-Ponty, Solchap famously argued, we do not experience any movie only through our eyes. We see and comprehend films through our entire bodily being. Recent film phenomenology has expanded this to engage with other strands of modern Western thought, including the Heidegger's phenomenological thinking. However, non-Western thoughts with phenomenological resonance rarely enter the debate. Taoist philosopher David Chai asserts that Taoism touches upon issues found in phenomenology's philosophical system in such a way that two traditions mutually resonate with one another. Taoist film phenomenology agree that we feel films with our entire bodily being, as the viewer's breathing body exposed to the cinematic world. But it goes beyond Merleau-Ponty's approach that regards film as intentional being, or what Solchap calls cinema as intentional technology. A Taoist approach resonates more with the Heideggerian approach that emphasizes on Dasein, disclosure, mode, and being the world. Schoenel recognized film phenomenology through Heidegger's philosophy of art. I agree with him that cinema can be seen as a site that of meaning that Dasein, being here or existence, inherently connect to. Via Heidegger, Loft argues that film images arise from poetic magnification of being, and film viewing exemplifies an instance of being in the world, which involves a reciprocal process of disclosure. Films reveal themselves temporarily to the viewer, while the viewer, through an attitude of openness, enables this revelation to take place. Locke further discussed this through the notion of intentionality. Heidegger rejects intentionality as an adequate mode of consciousness, denouncing intentionality as too narrowly characterizing human being in the world. Heidegger preferred to use the term comportment, a more diffused, practical mode of engaging with one's surrounding. On this basis, Locke's Heideggerian accounts suggest that film viewing as a more holistic mode of comportment, such that film viewing is not merely a cognitive or intentional state, but instead a state of being. Idealist approach agrees with this, but develops further to argue that such a state of being is enacted through qi breathing as a way of attuning to the cinematic world. By describing spectatorship but not limited to intentionality, I do not suggest that audience become entirely passive. Rather, cinema can release its viewers from the habitual forms of intention that governs engagement with plot-driven narrative. This approach expands Jennifer Barker's 3 levels of immersion in phenomenological film viewing, where she discussed film and this viewing that we connect to through the skin, or the muscular, or the visceral. Breathing is an innate response, indicates an energetic attunement. To highlight a cinematic engagement through breathing, I also ask what enables such a phenomenological connection between qi and the cinematic world, and the qi of the audience. It is possible that cinema itself also contains qi, the way cinema breathes. I found it useful again to turn to East Asian art history, where the traditional aesthetic concept of qi yun, rhythmic vitality, or qi yun shengdong, becomes productive in connecting cinema to a tradition where art rhythmic vitality has always been intensively discussed. Qi yun usually translates as rhythmic vitality, referring to a sense of movement, rhythmic flow, and vitality arising from the still images of calligraphic art. It emphasized the inner life force of an artwork, the fusion of movement, form, and effect, which cannot be reduced to technique alone, but connects strongly and essentially with the vitality of artists who create work. It is less about accurate representation, but more about capturing a living energy. It also indicates a transsensorial experience. For example, one can sense the rhythm within stillness, force within movement, breath within duration, and tension within space. Originally discussed by the Chinese art theorist Xie He during the Chinese Han Dynasty as the first of his 6 canons of Chinese painting in artistic creation and criticism. And this translation has been itself in a lively field. Some translate as rhythm and vitality. And the first person actually who bring this to the Western world is a Japanese scholar, Okakura Kakuzu, who translated the concept of the life movement of the spirit through the rhythm of things. Chinese aesthetic theories, most importantly, Qi Yun, actually have a strong impact on the development of Western modern art theory. In the early 20th century Britain, the Bloomsbury Group, centered around art critique and theorists Roger Fryer and Lawrence Bignon, turned to Chinese and Japanese art as they developed new approaches to modern art. Fryer rejects traditional theory of imitation, believing that artwork are not simply reproduction of real, but the expression of artist emotion and idea through formal structures. Chinese aesthetics and philosophical tradition that emphasize the likeness of spirit rather than likeness in form strongly supports his view. He also identified a different kind of unity, what he called the successive unity in Chinese painting, which is different to the unity through balance, which he usually found in Western painting. At the time when it was written in 1903, cinema was just invented and was still regarded as a minimalist art. But Frei's formalist art theory has impact on the modern poetic cinema and early avant-garde films. However, this linkage has been rarely discussed. So, how does this dramatic fatality reshape our understanding of cinema and moving image art? I have to skip some parts. At its core, rhythmic vitality enables we understand cinema not as a static object, but a living process that invites the spectator, the viewer, into a shared rhythm in which meaning arises immediately through embodied attunement. In other words, rhythmic vitality shifts cinema from being something we interpret, we look at, or we embody, to something we inhabit and attune to through energetic connection. Thus, rhythmic vitality redefines engagement from attention to attunement. Attention still implies a subject focusing on an object, discrete senses receiving stimuli or decognition, organizing perception. Even the sensory attention can remain tied to the idea of separate sensorial channels. But attunement suggests something more relational, procedural, and atmospheric. Instead of paying a visual and mental attention to thematic scenes, and follows the narrative, engagement through qi and connection with cinema's rhythmic vitality suggests attuning the filmmaker's energetic body to the world they are in, and attuning the viewer's energetic body to the cinematic rhythm through breathing. It is less about control in both the process of filming and the process of viewing, encouraging a more receptive participation than cognitive mastery. It is especially important for meditative cinema, where nothing seems to happen narratively, but a lot vital energy constantly transforming, appearing as a rhythmic happening. While it reflects Taoist letting go, allow things unfolding in their own rhythm, it also resonates with Heidegger's notion of unconcealment, in which meaning emerges through process of temporal disclosure. And finally, I will use 3 movie image artwork as a winning passage to explore how rhythmic vitality exists in cinema and what it can bring to us beyond just the understanding of the rhythm. This includes the Canadian artist Jacqueline Mills' Geographies of Solitude, Chinese artist moving image filmmaker Gao Shiqiang's work Mountains and Water, Fuchun River as a Method, and Brazilian visual artist and Vaz is Night in America. So firstly, let's have a look at the trailer of Geography of Solitude, just to give you an idea of the how it circulates.
Can you smell this? That spicy smell? That's the yarrow. It's just the seeds now.
Reflecting on the making of this film, Jacqueline mentioned that when in the conception period, she was wondering what kind of energy she wants to bring to the world. Rather than continuing to express the disturbing energy that haunts humanity, he wants to turn to the natural world itself as a source of healing, considering the conventional way of filming the plays or subjects as extractive. She decided to live in the place in the intensive period, so to attune herself with the tea of the Sable Island. And because she has owned very limited film stock, she could only film 12 minutes a day. That allowed her time to actually spend to know the animals, the plants, and with the environmentalist Zoe, who was the only human being living in this island for 40 years. And through this, she attuned a more fluid experience of feeling the space, letting the energies of space express and manifest itself. And the way she filmed also is very interesting. She used handheld camera, 16 millimeter, and never be still. However, with her own movements, she tried to capture the movement of the tea of various things in this island. And the camera first become part of her body and breathe with her, functioning like a brushwork that meditates her own tea on camera. In the post-production, she also used the seaweed water to develop film organically and animated abstract sequence that coming from the interaction between the sand, wind, and film stock when she actually buried the film stalks in the sand. And the sequence you see, the animated tea, captured this kind of vitality. I don't know maybe I'm running out of time. The second film I want to show is a Chinese image artist, which mainly about how camera work itself mimics the movement of brushwork in calligraphic painting. So we'll just watch the first 2 minutes. In a conversation with Gao a few years ago here in London, he mentioned that when camera moves, we discover rhythm and aesthetic akin to the movement of brush and ink on paper. Though unexpected, a similar poetic aesthetic emerged, both in the flow of ink in calligraphy and in the passage of time within the frame. When finishing a shot, it cuts to a black image, such a gap mimicking the end of a brush stroke, a pause. If the panning shot is a long, steady inhaling, cutting to black indicates an exhaling, getting ready for another inhaling. And this also moves to my second point, how film carries within the qi that invites the audience attunement. And my example is a Brazilian filmmaker and artist is Night in America. The reason the film is called It's Night in America because it's daytime in Brazil and it's filmed in Brazil's capital city, Brasilia, and used entirely expired 60mm films in the sense that the documentary she shoots might show nothing because the film stock might not work at all. So that's why what you see is very dark. And she also regards this as a mimicking of the use of day for night techniques to produce a temporal perception dislocation, transforming daytime into night atmosphere and destabilize our ordinary sensory orientations. And when it's dark, what is shown is not just for the human to see, but the vitalities of the things and being to appear in on the film. The viewer began to brace with the film's creaturely vitality. Thus, the film's multi-species environment is not merely represented visually, but it is embodied affectively and thematically. Okay, I will make my conclusion here. I realize I've been taking a lot of time. So to conclude, through Taoist film philosophy that regards cinema as a breathing medium that connects through different relationality, cinema becomes less of a visual text to interpret, but more an atmospheric field for one to enter in. In this sense, cinematic experience becomes less of a visual consumption, but respirative exercise of intersensorial attunement. My final question is here, with the rise of AI art making tool, can AI generating moving image art that contains vitality? Since the remedic vitality largely relates to artists' own bodily cultivation of the vitality, can AI absorb the energy, or some would say the spirit and emotions of its maker? Can AI breathe? Okay, that's my paper. I welcome your questions and comments. And if you would like to know more about the project, please check out the website. And we also have an Instagram account for the future moving image exhibition and film cinematic workshops that you may be interested in experience and try and see whether it works for you. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. So, thank you, Kiki, for that really wonderful and evocative talk. So with this panel, we're going to be moving from the Taoist ideas of way or effortless action towards practices that consider attention in relation to time, performance, embodiment, and the conditions under which attending to ourselves and others becomes possible. Our speakers also respond to Carrie Face's call that amidst our current conditions of permanent distraction, we need to find ways to resensitize our temporal imaginations, to become more attuned to different rhythms, delays, dependencies, and futures that shape collective life. So across questions of disability, exhaustion, participation, and care, our two speakers will explore questions such as who is permitted to slow down, drift out of sync, or inhabit time. So I'll first introduce our two speakers. Our first is Yves Citton, an artist, designer, researcher, and occasional institutional strategist based in London and Rotterdam. Departing from the idea that the technological is institutional and the institutional is technological, Yves reconsiders and redesigns socioeconomic, digital, and technological systems as infrastructures of care. Her recent major projects include Reunion Network, Liquid Dependencies with Yuan Zhao and Zoe Zhao, and Alchemy of Commons. Yves' writings have appeared in numerous publications, and she is currently also the 2024 Asymmetry PhD scholar in the School of Advanced Practices at Goldsmiths, University of London. Our second speaker is Chantal Fu, a Chinese Singaporean artist based in London. Chantal's practice is anchored in performance, internet aesthetics, writing, and live streams. Her work in movement style exists at the sticky tension lines where a body's histories gather and come apart. She also founded and runs a movement studio, Studio Lotus Root, which is a space for embodied encounters and somatic healing through movement. Chantal has recently concluded a research residency in Amman, New York, looking at non-traditional Chinese dance phenomena and aesthetics, including Chinese square dances and memetics of awkward dance on social media. She seeks to decolonize dance in the body by negotiating docility and rebellion, reimagining rage and spite as strategies of defiance against oppressive codes and doctrines. So in this session, each speaker will be speaking for about 30 minutes, and then there will be a panel discussion after that and questions and time for you to ask questions as well. So please join me in welcoming our first speaker. Hi, thank you for everyone. Thank you, Wendy, for the introduction. Am I audible? Okay, great. So yeah, who has the time to care? Title of the today, and also, I guess, question of our time. We are living in a highly rapid, continuously excited, quote unquote, excited time. But at the same time, it seems like everyone's starting to talk about community, talk about care, but essentially that, like, how can we actually practice care, and what is actually in the way for us to be able to have meaningful caring relationship with one another has always been part of my research. And today I will actually walk through one of the typical game where you that I designed with two colleagues, liquid dependency, which you see it here. On the slides, you just see someone who has the life data, who has the okay-ish kind of available time, the well-being is okay, the relational health, which is how well they hang out with one another, is also doing all right. And the one that sort of being kind of like covered by their hands is stability, almost none, and safety net, almost very little. Why? Because they just have a life event that randomly draw out and happen to them, which is read as you just lost your job after major surgery requiring a long-term recovery. So liquid dependency is a game that's sort of a life simulation. You get a character that you embody with your imagination, and later on you will see how this card looks like. And then through that, you kind of build a long-term mutual caring relationship that is beyond the family structure. And then in this way, that's the only way that you carry out through your life, which is in the game you kind of grow old together through 15 to 30 years. And the next, you will see a documentary which took place in Taipei in 2025. The game by the time already traveled to 13 cities from Asia to Europe and already held 60 sessions. And that was the moment that I get the opportunity to make a documentary, so you can actually see how the game in general works.
待会大家会体验到，大家看到中间的这里的一个叫互助币的经济系统。
大家在成长过程中，我们会发放这个叫做个人代币。
这一个个人代币代表你个人的独特的价值，所以每个人会有自己的一个独特的颜色。它不能独立成为价值，它必须呢要跟你的另一个长期的互助的新亲缘关系结合起来。当它形成一个这样的币的时候呢，你就可以将它跟你的钱一样，普通的钱一样那样花哦。
我是市场的管理员，
我是这个关系咨询处的，就是志工。
那现在请大家如果都拿到了这张卡的话，那请大家按照你的角色卡的数值往上填。所以请大家一边填的时候，一边可以去想象一下你的角色，他是一个怎么样的人，他身边的朋友的关系如何呢？大家可以想一下。
我来自一个比较传统的家庭啊，所以家庭的凝聚力其实非常的大。大概35岁的时候，因为坚持不要生小孩，所以老公跟我离婚了。
好像很多朋友，又好像没什么朋友。
我们会特别的鼓励大家去构建长期的这种我们叫做新亲缘的关系，也就是不是传统的婚姻关系，它也不是 是学员关系。
那我们是表姐妹，
学姐，学弟，
大学姐啦，
大学不是同系，我们是同社团，都是动漫社的社团，然后就在
没有找一些私立的长远关系。
有一些社会议题啊，还是都很持续都有在发哦。
那快手要过来，要把房子拆掉，我们那边跟警察冲打，然后这种这就有很强烈的革命情感。
然后因为他是医生，然后我是风险管理师，然后他感觉到他的家庭没了，所以他要投资。
关系上的崩坏，然后就更注重自己，然后就更在乎钱啊或什么之类的，所以遇到那个风险投资的时候，我就整个哇叼住它，就是想要让我的钱变更多。
好，那大家准备好要再去看看社会又发生什么？
本地新开地铁线，财务点数低于7的人，可支配时间加1。
如果你的财务点数低于7，不含7哈。记得所有的卡片，你看到它那一刻就已经发生了。
好喜欢这个故事的，开始有话都降低耶。
然后毕业的时候我都在纠结要不要去，就是我爸的那个健身房，
然后来做网站。对，
是从东山再起。我小一个人。
大家这5年又过得怎么样呀？
所以他就会带着我2个小孩来监狱里面看我，维系我跟孩子之间的亲子关系。
讲完了，我要讲什么？
然后出柜之后，我就从黑白大厨改成拍彩虹大厨。
不伦对象，比如考虑说要分手。
因为互助币是2个人的嘛，那也就意味着，如果你用互助币去买东西的时候呢，同样也只有1个人能够享用这个服务。那也就是说，另1个人呢，纯粹就是因为在这个关系里面我关心你，所以呢，愿意我们把这个互助币一起用出去。
你要不要一起加入兴趣小组？对，因为我关系健康很差哎。
你要不要加入我们的同志游行发起活动？
我们需要多一点赞助人，我们需要发起的活动。
不只要做社区中心，我们还要开始发起，就是白火山大游行，就是我们这边的同志游行。
原来我们是这个关系。
可能复盘一下，讲一下游戏的感受，对自己的角色的想法。
这个要再建立一个亲缘以外的关系，对我来讲是一件非常的困难的一件事情。
因为我其实习惯交流的方式就是可能攻1个，然后走很久，然后很慢，可是就慢慢的交流这样子。可是我后来发现这里的风气不是这样。
开始其实有一种生存的焦虑，是我好像要赶快跟很多人有些连接，我好像才活得下去的感觉，这样子。
我好像除了原本社工职业以外，我本身就在做串联。串联这件事不一定是要透过服务的需求，可能是生活的一直整体价值的提升这件事情。所以其实应该是看到所有人的需求，想邀请大家一起做一些事情，这样子。
从这个游戏抽离出来，那我再去思考就是关系这件事情，那我到底有没有需要关系，或是关系对我来说是什么？什么样的东西叫关系？这15年过得很精彩，我也希望我的收入可以像这15年一样。
So this game that has already been active since 2021, So, and it's still kind of like happening, and I'm still getting a lot of invitation from different places to trying to figure out whether like people actually like through the game will that react differently. And in each of the city, we actually happen to just have a UK iteration in the Easy Contemporary, actually tomorrow with Asymmetry. So if you kind of want to take a trip to the north, you're welcome. And but today I want to talk a little bit about like throughout 60 sessions in all these different cities, different countries, what I learn about. I want to share particularly in two ends. One is sort of like the barrier for us to actually have caring decentralized society throughout all this kind of different cultures. I want to share a little bit of like the commonality, and if you're curious about the differences, I'm also happy to talk about it when we have an opening time. But today, like I mentioned, I realized at least in the game, we already designed, and it also like how audience participants sort of like respond to it is, we realized there's at least 3 barriers for this moment of our society to transform into a decentralized caring society. First and foremost is actually imagination of that possibility. That people talk a lot, or like it's the words that people feel comfortable to throw around, but how to imagine it in an embodied sense when you're being thrown into a fictional society, a fictional environment. You encounter real people, but at the same time fictional people. How does your body actually tell you feeling comfortable or not? Like in the documentary, at the very end, where you hear people actually felt like, oh, I'm more comfortable in a relationship in this way. And this game kind of made me realize that I thought I was very open, but in practice, realizing that you will still kind of adhere back to maybe a little bit more safe, a promised relationship, which like, what is the kind of relationship that is worth investing our time for, our attention, our energy for, has become almost a consistent theme in the game. The normative relationship at the end seems to be like what people at the end of the day think, if I want to get old, what will be the kind of relationship that is dependable. And usually that is where we talk about in the later, but also mentioned in the documentary about marriage, whether you're queer or not, and family, the blood-based kinship. There seems to be always a promise, even though not everyone would have the best experience with your blood-based kinship. And then work, right? And then all those that has like a somewhat quite explicit benefit exchange. And then the game kind of invites everyone to imagine beyond that. And that's always the first challenge in the game, when people kind of get their character and then asking them to build that relationship, it becomes one of the biggest barriers. And then the second is that even if you can imagine type of relationship like that, how much that we actually consciously, subconsciously connecting that to your social position, your professions, your age, your gender, and then eventually what kind of time that you can still give, right? And so I will kind of unpack that a little bit. Like in the right side, you see like in each session we make that kind of like documentation about how each character kind of like create the relationship. And it's in Chinese, but I thought it's like visually you already see that once we suspend the kind of conventional relationship in the game, people starting to really trying to figure out what else we can connect with each other. And interestingly, it's always that at the beginning point, when people are trying to describe a queer relationship, queer as a not normative relationship, they have such a hard time to imagine. But as the game flow, as their character grow old, as their life happen, queering relationship just happen. They no longer need to define it. It's just at the end of the day,
when they look back to, oh, what kind of relationship is that? I don't have a name for it. But it is viscerally feel a very convincing relationship. So that's that. And like I mentioned, the major mechanism of the game is actually this thing called mutual coin. And each color represents a person's unique value, and everyone gets it unconditionally. As long as you live, you get this personal token as like a consistent affirmation of your unique value in the world. But you cannot use it as like put into circulation because it has to combine with another person's personal token, which already having the pre-existing long-term caring relationship. And then when you spend it, you have to spend it together. And so in this way, I'm trying to create a currency where everyone's sort of like care value is being recognized, but they consistently stay in the context of relationship. Because I think that's the biggest fear when people talk about giving value, assigning value to care, is that we worry that kind of being taken out of the relational context and thus become a service, thus become a commodity. And through this way that, sort of like creating this mechanism, hoping that can generate a different kind of way to connect with one another. And liquid dependency is actually more like an instrument initially for me to test whether this mechanism works. And eventually I learned a lot more from the participants than what I think I can teach them. One thing I want to talk about is like how the game is kind of like designed to kind of like give that kind of realization. As you can see, like in this game, we kind of, you can see that in the right, these are the characters. They are fairly abstract. You see a very young 20 years old receptionist and a 50 years old venture capitalist. They will all happen in the same setting. And then they will all get on the right, the life data as their playing board. And you might notice that on the character, you actually have 6 metrics, including finance, but the life data only have 5, which the finance is being removed. And that's the first sort of like a kind of value setting that we have in the game, is that in this fictional world, because of the welfare existing, we don't think money matters anymore for your sustainable living in the world. What matters is how much time that you still have for yourself and for other possible relationships. How is your personal well-being, your mental and physical combined, and how well you get connected with other people. What is your stability in terms of like your life and your kind of like social strata? If you don't end up in the street, you should be kind of like having at least one stability. So and safety net is like how many people that you can account, like depending on. And as I mentioned, that this game has already traveled in different cities, and then for each major kind of cultural shift, we create kind of like localized version. So as you can see, like the first version is like the Chinese version in Shanghai, where we were invited to the Shanghai Biennale. And then we created, the first one says like high school students, which the second one is the Dutch one, is also a high school student. Wonder whether you see the differences there. Chinese student doesn't have any time. And, but kind of like financially relatively okay. So presumably this high school student is actually coming from a middle class family, etc. And then you have the Dutch one, kind of in a student loan, have more time kind of situation. And then you have the much senior age people and recipient of a survivor pension. And then they are 80 years old, have immense amount of time, but everything else is in the decline. And so in the game, we realize that age has such an important contribution for people to imagine how they can have relationship. It's like simply available time, and the need is significantly different. For younger age people, they might have time, but their need is to wanted to get connected to dependable relationship, want to have a sense of like, what can I do as I become a person, become adult. And then for someone in the much later stage, they already know what they are, but at the same time, they're longing for meaningful connection. They have a lot of time, but not necessarily everyone wants their time, or they don't necessarily think that their time is valuable for other people. And it's always very interesting when people get the card, they immediately put on their worst stereotype of that person, and so that they can act it out, right? I was very impressed by one of the person in Shanghai when she get the pensioner card. Her immediate reaction is like, well, my life is over, and I don't think I can play this game any longer. And anyone who wants to make a relationship with me, I have time and I have money. Come make connection. And can you imagine the quality of her relationship by having this start? And eventually she did actually, like, by using her heritage to help a lot of people and therefore making many relationships, but she got very resentful at the end because she realized when she is actually in need, no one is actually coming. And that's a very sour ending. That's like the player actually come off as like, I'm a fully independent woman, that I'm never gonna have children and I'm never gonna have family. And then at the end of the day, and she was like, maybe I should have family because only but the relationship is dependable. But I thought it was such an interesting case of we went on a long length to discuss what it means for her to have that kind of conclusion. And then we analyzed the whole kind of composition of the society at that session. We realized that society, even though it's very queer opening, they always prioritize the conventional relationship. And so it's not like anyone deliberately trying to abandon her, but it's just like the relationship she formed. First, I think she has her own accountability in terms of she doesn't imagine herself as a meaningful person beyond time and money, right? So she already positioned herself in that kind of relational context. But also, on the other hand, the entire society, no one is actually thinking of breaking that kind of convention to say like, okay, this person in that kind of relationship, I might want to still prioritize her at the time beyond the conventional ones. No one is trying that. And that's why we ended up in this like kind of double kind of tragedy. And then so like so like that's also like, I'm just sharing a lot of things that I've been learning along the line, that how much that people's thinking of like what is the relationship that you're worth investing in has nothing to do with like good intention or bad intention or not. It's most of the time it's very unconscious and then it's very automatic. And on the very last one is the UK version. The collaborators sort of like suggest that we need a portfolio landlord because that's just like a very UK thing. And then it's even more dominant than venture capitalists. So we sort of like make those like kind of little change of the data to kind of like fit in the local culture. And so eventually, like when you get the card, it kind of like, because it's so fairly abstract cards, you have to first introduce yourself, embody yourself in that character, and they're starting to create the story. Like I said, most people will put on their worst stereotype. Most people get the venture capitalist that will immediately act very cocky for some reason. And then so they kind of also set up like a kind of like self-subscribed script about a wealthy person would never have healthy relationship, right? I thought it's always very interesting how people kind of externalizing what they think about the society. And then eventually, if they set up themselves in that way, then they're actually making themselves in a very hard position to play this game, because if you're very cocky venture capitalist, now imagine you're gonna you have like some kind of long-term mutual aid relationship that is not marriage, not based kinship, not from work, not centering benefit exchange. And then most of people will kind of like shock and then kind of like starting to fill it in a lot more detail. Maybe the cocky venture capitalists actually have other things in their life that actually make them humans too, you know, and then so like in order to form a meaningful relationship with like maybe a young high school student or a much older senior or in between kind of like platform worker, etc. And I think this setting is actually coming from practice, is that the first version we have doesn't have this exclusion, and then people would immediately fall back to the most conventional one, like, oh, what's a relationship you can have between the recipient of pension versus a high school student? Must be grandma and child and grandchild, right? You cannot possibly have any meaningful relationship beyond that. Or if you're in like very different class, you might and then you happen to in the same age, marriage, and and then if you happen to be in the same like very similar profession, work. And so only when we kind of suspend all that, people's imagination starting to kind of open up, which is very interesting. And eventually it's like, within all this kind of like character setting, you see the available time kind of vary in different kind of character. And then eventually people will slide into the part where they have to ask, how much time can we afford to invest in the uncertain relationship? Uncertain relationship as in none of these, right? Nothing that, like, all of these have a level of certainty either backed by institution or by immediate return. But what we ask people to form in the game is like meant to be long-term, but nothing certain. How much we can afford to do that, especially in this day and time, right? And so I want to kind of like quickly break down of like the layers of time in this game. Is first is really in the character setting, how much available time you have. Elderly typically will have more time. Chinese high school student doesn't have any time and have no money, and so they're always the worst character to play. European high school student is better off. Have some life, have some time to have life. And so available time signifies that beyond the daily responsibility and necessity. And in the game, actually, the majority of character is middle-aged people. We always joke like this is actually a middle-aged, middle-class game. And then, but that actually like amplify like what we think of middle-aged, middle-class game people are the kind of like backbone of the society, but they're also worse in receiving care. So this game become the educational tool for middle-aged, middle-class people. And second is the lifespan of that person. In the game, you get old between 15 to 30 years. From a teenage boy, you're gonna become a middle-aged person become retiring, and your life needs starting to change. And then the last one is like how time actively flow in the game. Like every 10 minutes in the game is 5 years. You just like get old very fast. And then so a lot of people complain like, can you just give us more time to think through our life plan so we can actually play it better? And I was like, yeah, but life doesn't work that way. And then so they just have to like, okay, I thought this 5 years I can do this, but then like next thing happened, I can't. And then so some people would be like carry on their life plan until the end of the game and never have a chance to implement that or happen. And so in that sense, like the kind of short time span in the game created like kind of force people to reflect on their own behavioral pattern, their thinking pattern, because you just have no time to plan. Yeah, so like like as part of the game mechanism, each time that you enter a relationship and trying to foster it, it takes available time. So imagine someone like the high school Chinese student have like 3 available time, and then they can only afford to have 1 meaningful relationship in that case, right? So that's like time poverty is a thing. And yeah, so as you can see, like in the middle, a lot of things happen. This training, this like physical trainer first get into debt because their family kind of gambling a lot online, or and sometimes they have a lot of international like friends that go abroad and then bring up presents to them, and then just suddenly at the middle age starting to learn programming for some reason. And there's like a lot of unexpected random things happen. So like all your life plan like gets scrambled by this random stuff. Yeah, and then like this urgency kind of like make people to like really externalize a lot of kind of limiting belief about their life, or the kind of stereotype, or the kind of certainty, like what they think about life. Usually is like, sometimes I will have someone who grow old until like 60 years old, and suddenly like getting a card to say like you just have a new startup, and then this person will come to me like, this card doesn't work for me. Can I just like put it back and take a new one? And I was like, why? And it's like, I'm 60 years old. There's no way I can get the startup anymore. And then I was like, is it? And then so they take a pause. It was like, yeah, I can actually. And then they go back, right? And then afterward, then they starting to have amazing kind of like elderly center career, etc. So like just a little bit of the imagination, having that permission for themselves to think about it's possible, right? Even if it's a game. And yeah, so that's basically a very quick takeaway. In the game, what I really learned from people is that the permission to have imagination actually needs time, and need us to open up to think about how we can pay attention to one another beyond the very certain relationship. And so eventually funding time is to fund other ways to live together. So yeah, that's it.
Hello. I have some printouts of scripts here for anyone who might need it. I tend to need captions all the time, so if anyone needs it, just raise your hands, I'll pass it over. Anyone else? Okay. I think we might have 5, so we might share. Really pleased to be part of this symposium and to be given an opportunity to look at my work and practice at hand, and perhaps by extension my life through the lens of attention ecology. I'm very honored to have been invited to speak as an expert in my field, when oftentimes I find that I am standing upon multiple fields, or a field that might perhaps be a hill, 22 centimeters wide. A space that's neither wide nor vast, more like a tunnel perhaps, or maybe a small patch of astroturf. A field that feels make-believe. A field that I am only just creating the blueprint of. In my sharing today, I will be tracing my practice with you with further reflections. Before that, I propose we take a breath together. If you're comfortable, you can close your eyes and then cross your legs and roll out your shoulders. Let's take a deep breath and feel that sparkle across our skin. Not quite on the surface and not quite within our bones. Let our minds touch. our form for a moment. When we exhale, stretch your palms in front of you, and if you wish, you can start to move your thumbs. And then your pinky. And now let's try clenching our fists as tightly as we can. And then relaxing. Allowing your fingers to hang heavy and to let your wrists droop. And then let's bend our arms and stretch our elbows to either side of the room, expanding our chest. And keeping your breath as we lift our chins, feeling the tightness of your neck and throats. Does it hurt or is it pleasant? Shaking your head gently, and if you want, vigorously. Maybe you're feeling a bit woozy now, or maybe you've been still this whole time. Listening to the gentle sounds around you, and whenever you're ready, you can slowly blink your eyes open. My name is Chantel. I have a very varied career path, which I'll get into more later on. I also have ADHD. According to the DSM, I have a deficit of attention. In attempting to structure the sharing, I had to confront the way I understood attention plainly. All my life, I've been consistently told that I lacked attention, as if attention was lost to me, or I simply didn't have the ability to hold it well. I'll give you a quick context on my upbringing. I grew up in Singapore and went through its intensely rigorous education system for 18 years in top elite schools. I am a sibling of two incredible scholarly academic women in STEM. I am in fact a cliché. I'm the black sheep, queer middle child artist, raised on post-war pragmatism by parents who wanted to give their children opportunities they couldn't get themselves. The backdrop of my young life greatly shaped the way I understood myself, and for a very long time, within the bubble of what the world should be and should look like, I was a glaring mistake. The vocabulary of my childhood was focus, grit, memorize, fear. I did as well as I could. I was a very good child and student until it all kind of came apart as it seems. I stopped doing well as soon as I understood what I desired. I grew to devote my care and attention to my interests, all ingredients to a life my parents initially wanted for me: math, science, heteronormativity. Docility and articulately regurgitated syllabuses were increasingly beyond me. And actually, that's the point I was trying to make. Attention is not a ticket to time. It is an affect. It is a seed. It undulates within me. It shows me what I seek and seeks alongside me. It must be a friend, though not always. I must know me to know it. Then it helps me know myself. It prickles at my skin. It is a mirror of truth, indifferent to the indifferent. As I tease out such entanglements within my work, looking at where my work has led me and how my practice has unfolded, I understand now that attention for me and how my brain works is simply a modality in which I function. It is a movement through which I seek meaning, knowledge, and fun. But because attention is not currency for me, which is to say it's not something I can fish out of my pocket, attention became an intimate mode in which I understood what was important to me, and it led me to be able to precisely locate what I cared about. The body is central in my practice. I write alongside it, I perform in it, I reckon with peddling my image as commerce. As a trained Chinese dancer, I have had tradition pinned upon me, how I fought it, protected it, and continue to queer it. I feel all its pain on the days I flare up. An injury from when I was 14, now having accompanied me another 14 years counting. My body is a signifier of identities I cannot shake from optics. My body is a method, a tool, a process. In thinking with the body, I realize I must think also about tending to it. Not long ago, we entered the sharing with a collective breath, a short facilitation to lightly engage the body-mind. I see this body as a sponge, with its own wisdoms that intellect cannot provide. I believe we should listen to it. However, listening should extend beyond restorative care. Integrating exercise into the art-making process is something I have been working on. Personally, I constantly need to find ways to hack my own brain or trick myself into being a more executively functioning person. And trust me, writing this presentation has been an exercise in that. And more than that, I think the cultural sector is greatly inaccessible. These are two examples of work where access was foregrounded. Conversations with Victoria Yam, also known as Fragmented Goddess, for our project Gestures for Togetherness, moving through sensorial reimagination of music spaces. Over the course of 3 months, we had 4 conversations over Zoom and had 2 practical explorations, as you can see here. We were discussing access within music and dance spaces, Victoria as a deaf DJ and music producer, and myself as a disabled dancer with chronic pain, and at that time, dealing with post-viral chronic fatigue. Victoria explored tactile frequencies alongside ambient noise, and I explored stillness, moving alongside accommodations like sitting. Prior to beginning the project, we proposed an access budget, which we used towards hiring access support workers and access equipment. During my residency with Fabric in Birmingham, I held a workshop called Soft Raging for Home as part of my research and development for my dance work, Bright Hot Rage. A transport budget was accommodated for, alongside the participants' access needs beforehand. Wayfinding and a quiet room was provided, as well as soft blankets, hot water bottles, and a selection of fidget toys. All bathrooms were marked gender neutral, and during the workshop, consent to touch, sound levels, and giving participants a choice to move through their ability and capacity was essential. When we build structural ways to include access, notice, and extend attention to barriers of entry, the same work can be created with a lot more care. I also started to improvise more. Firstly, because I had to shake off the coded way of learning I grew up with. I danced the same dance for years and years, aspiring for minute perfections as it kept itself scarce for me. I broke my body and my mind chasing it. I listened to the music once, so it might still surprise me. I wrote a poem to map my mind. Where are you entering? What are you giving? Who are you seeking to be? I meet my dance as I dance it. Sometimes I worry I am simply unprepared and lazy. Yet a potent moment cannot be repeated. Planning for affect is premeditated manipulation. Maybe we can do both. Commit to presence and neglect certainty. Perforate self. Leak with response. Improvising in my performances meant I adapted to a different kind of attention. I'm not only trying to hit the counts, execute sequences, or land the jumps. I allow my body to move and speak, tune into the movement, command the gaze or shy from it, enter a state of presence that requires releasing control, dialing each decision to the now. In addition, this meant I could meet my body where it was at each day. I could sit, be slow, or just move my hands or arms. A performance can orbit and tend to my needs. Here's a very small list of how access support can be practiced. Access is expanding the perception of what disability means, building equitable practices and extending care beyond the physical, mental, and financial barriers of exploitative classist and ableist norms. I admit, masking and dismissing my own disability and struggles sometimes feel easier than advocating for what I need. The landscape that surrounds us normalizes this, and this mode of attention slips past us easily. We have a long way to go, don't we? I have done many different versions of the same thing, building upon the concepts of real, now, liveness, selves. I started doing this through live stream performances, first to bridge geographical distances, pulsing my presence to where I was not, multiplying myself. I then started writing about the space in between our screens as queer glitch spaces we could embody, potentiating alternate realities that could evade policy and move towards freedom. Moving behind screens of felt that obscured my body, I projected 3 live captures onto a screen in the very same room. Orchestrating a remote performance that relayed my live captures from my studio in New York upon the film I had made playing on the tape-written auditorium screen, which in return fed me the sounds that I moved to, and the entirety of the performance simultaneously received on a screen in a gallery a street away from where I was. Audiences in London were asked to turn on their Bluetooth, and if accepting, unseen parts of the performance entered their own screens to be viewed within their palms. I think about these telematic transfers as a series of translations. My body is repeated. The now is destabilized, stirring structures of reality as we know it, as temporality is expanded, compounded, and fragmented. Reliable truths are altered, and we notice. I frankly chase what is compelling to me. I was once bugged by an earworm. It was the careless whisper riff. It started out as a lockdown joke with my housemate, either of us bursting out into the riff and our echolalia triggering each other back and forth. It was hilarious and honest torment. I had a huge breakdown and cried once because it just wouldn't stop. Intriguing. I ended up writing this essay the following year. Eerie earworm magic against the landscape, careless whispers towards plural sonic features. This text accompanied a project, Careless Whisper Infinitum, Peckham Trail, where I printed out careless whisper stickers, attempting to effect the same kind of torment on gentrifying enterprises in Peckham, situating it within meme magic, sonic fictioning, and cordial politics. I'll read this to you. As a parasitic earworm, Careless Whisper ripples into the consciousness of those encountered with the sonic agenda, demanding engagement. In being encountered, Careless Whisper as an entity feeds its own continuum and reestablishes itself in its somewhat undead temporality. It simultaneously unsettles the space these new establishments take up with its memory, bringing about a new sleeve of awareness to the sameness of the everyday. Extending past the material world, the words printed on the label functions as portals that attack its unassuming beholders, subjecting them to the invocation of the hauntingly iconic saxophone riff. Functioning as a defense mechanism against the policies and gentrification to the landscape, Careless Whisper Infinitum, Peckham Trail, induces the formlessness and fluidity of Careless Whisper's sonic state, which allows it to both access unpoliced parallel spaces of reality, the consciousness of others in the form of an earworm. So this was the map where I just went around and stuck Careless Whisper stickers. This very much paints a picture for the kind of energy of work that followed after. For example, I sent in a proposal to research Stomp Singapore. For those who are not acquainted, Stomp is Singapore's citizen journalism platform. It functions as an informal but state-owned archive of transgression and surveillance. Here's an example. I'm not really sure if anyone takes this extremely seriously, but it's a colloquial threat back home to say, I'll stomp you out if someone is doing something unfavorable in the Singapore public. Essentially, what began as pure amusement and joking that I was going to orchestrate fake stompable public interruptions, like making a pile of rubbish sculpture, acting very strange, and submitting myself to the Stomp archive, for example, turned into an inquiry that I really want to pursue. What does Singapore deem permissible in shared spaces? What are new vocabularies of movement that we can learn from a policy of obedience? And can we reframe them into our everyday? This is part of the proposal that I wrote, and I did propose this to a big art organization in Singapore and was sadly rejected. But chasing what is compelling can be a generative feedback loop. My latest dance project, La Shou Shou, Tracing a Dance to Hold Hands, explores non-traditional Chinese dance phenomena and aesthetics, particularly Chinese public square dances, guangchangwu, and the mimetics of gao, as a querying of physical and digital spatial politics. I had watched a documentary that first introduced me to the concept of gao, which I could summarize as an anti-form dance phenomena that championed absurdity and awkwardness. To be very honest, I just found it hilarious and it excited me. Of course, it took some time and boldness for it to become a research project that felt important. I was nominated to apply for a residency and was surprisingly selected. I had doubted it the entire time myself. Exploring Chinese public square dances and gao as signifiers of contemporary Chineseness, I use these internet dance aesthetics as choreographic reference point. A film best described as a living collage of gao and guangchangwu was made alongside an instructional video, which you saw earlier, where gestures could be used as a guide. I can skip some and you can see bits of it. You can only imagine my social media pages at that point in time. An immersive dance phase was invoked, and new choreographies were co-built alongside community. The goal of the project is to create an index of gestures that reflects queer Chinese bodies in our current landscape. A resource to begin in understanding what it might feel like to belong to a dance. This resource is still being developed, and this project is one I foresee will have many iterations and sites of exploration. Areas of interest I would have shut away had my compass of attention been ignored. attention interfaces desire and reality. So, those close to me might recognize that I often say I shuffle between selves, and that is very true. I am an artist and researcher, I'm a dancer, I'm also a model and a business owner and a chef. I do many things. Again, I remind you, I have ADHD, and I'm a crochet. I'll just leave this here. These are 3 separate For You pages, 3 separate Instagram algorithms for 3 separate selves that I hold. I wrote this in the thick of my residency with Amont, New York last year. The misty rain of the day reminded me of London. How strange to know weather well, yet not belong to it at all. I pore over the sections of my studio. What a luxury to spill and spill again, to feel so full of possibility, to feel purpose beyond money because I have it. I think about it, shaking the hand of a billionaire tonight, the hand that cracked hope into a bleak time. I'm piercing through the bark of my beliefs, doubt rather. It lifts off me like sun-beaten vinyl, sticky, stubborn specks of clinging material desiring to envelop me. I feel like an artist. I'm told every day I am one. I can't stop thinking about what I'm making. I write emails to curators and museums, and they write me back, and I wonder if this is what it feels like to be taken seriously. I'm beginning to think this is all make-believe. As in, this is all made to be believed. I run home in the rain, my palm a futile attempt to shield my hair that needs washing anyway. I am somehow not breathless. It was the first time in a long time I could just be one thing. I was paid enough to sustain myself as just one thing. A luxury of resources to simply be a singular researching artist. The context of my time was solid. I wore it like a mask, nearly impermeable. I was a visiting artist. I was with Amont. This is my project. I was here for 3 months. The context itself gave me access. I larked before curators and galleries and peers, shielding myself from my own multiplicity, lest it threatened my solid, singular form. When I returned home to London, all the selves behind the mask of an artist fought to be seen again. Soon my context repainted itself, again and again and again. And today I remind you, I stand before you, an expert in my field. We might just be who we surge attention to. Perception is an act of mining and extracting attention. What happens when you feed it the wrong things? What happens when you abstract yourself? What happens when you code switch, shuffle, and poke holes into it? The porosity mist envelops us. Reach forth, and touch. If the surface of self is probed, we can warp and distend its reflection. Here are some things you can play with. Should I read it out? Post exactly 37 stories on Instagram in a day. The more you give, the less they know. Like content online that you do not like. Pretend to be a single year older or younger than you are for 3 days and keep reminding people. Inoculate an algorithm with specific topics that you might not actually care about. Say the word cows into your phone. Use within sentences and use casually. You have a different name for your coffee order. When it is Friday, move through life like it is Tuesday, or vice versa. My work has become a map, a pinboard, and a coagulation of attention, a body formed with its threads, showing where attention has managed to be held consistently enough to call a practice, or to call something I did. Attention is embodied practice. Attention requires care. In fact, it furthers care. Attention is an interface, with much potential to shift what we see and how we are seen. My work in life reflects where I have defied the policies of capitalist attention, something regenerative rather than finitely spent or mined, something listened to rather than hooked, sparked, and captured. Seeking and locating, sensing and severing, revealing and relenting. Thank you.
There you are.
Do you want to sit up here?
Huh? Oh, not to delegate where we should sit, guys. Okay. Well, thank you both so much for these really fascinating talks that really focus on different, very different aspects, I would say, about the very fraught relationship between time and attention. I think in one of our conversations we were talking about how it's become so accepted and normalized that we all now exist in a state of chronic anxiety. So we're anxious all the time, and we're always anxious about time as well. But in that, I mean, there's also been this sort of a kind of flattening of the field, right? So there's this idea that everyone now has got ADHD, and it's presented as a kind of deficit or pathology. And this sense of attention being something that nobody's able to sustain in an age of distraction and so on, often pinned to this sort of binary or this, the kind of effects of social media and the kind of algorithmic arrhythmia, I suppose, that we're all seized in. But I think across both of your works, you don't really have that kind of relationship with digital technology and social media, for instance. And in fact, in your occasional accounts, you can see you kind of almost lean into that, the rhythm and the movement and pace, in fact, of scrolling in the virtual world. Would you both like to say a little bit more about that interface between the embodied and the digital in your work?
Yeah, I think we were kind of discussing this when we caught up yesterday, where I do feel the effects of that anxiety of times beating through my body, that saturation of algorithmic, like the algorithm kind of like tears at your body, it seems. And because I feel it, and because I'm a stubborn person, I also desire to resist it. And I like using this saturation or looking at mimetic aesthetics and inputting that through my body and slowing down the output, if that makes sense, which is, for example, in my last project, I literally have a document of just like links and links and links of Douyin Gao videos, 15 seconds, and using those as choreographic reference points, or the fact that a For You page becomes a context that shapes your identity, yourself, and playing with that. Yeah, it's slowing down that process such that you're not subject to external forces you cannot control, and finding some sort of agency within that, or embodying that such that you can create a resource that feels generative and useful for the community.
Well, I guess for me is that I'm constantly quite interested in like the relationship between all sorts of different infrastructure, the infrastructure that we kind of almost like collectively manifest as like the roads, the highway, internet, etc., but also the infrastructure we internalize within ourselves, like the game sort of really make that visible of like how people understand certain relationship is more dependable, more can be considered as a potential infrastructure of our life to be invested in. And then how that kind of externalized and internalized infrastructure kind of dictate how we allocate our attention to different things. But also like the game, like it's a very long game. It's like 5-6 hours. And imagine these days that people kind of like asked to leave their phone outside of the space and then they just be there. And surprisingly, most of the time, people at the end was like, oh, it felt really fast. Like people would be like, what kind of program that asks 6 hours from people just like for one thing? And then, but at the end, they would be all like, oh, I would love to play more of this, right? And it kind of like really, it got me thinking that so much we talk about attention deficit, how much it's actually being directed to a very specific productive environment, right? You're doing a PhD, you don't have enough time, you don't have enough attention to like stare at the books and think productively, which then I guess I also have that. But when you're in a social environment, information flows in many different ways. It's not just verbal, it's not just cognitive, like visually cognitive. It's also like the sensory, the kind of like the vibe that you kind of like vibe with each other, the kind of feeling that you have with this stranger that's like in front of you and they suddenly tell you a very strange story about the card they just get. And how that kind of like different sensory kind of is also attention, but how much that in a productive time, in a productive era, we don't consider that as like very useful information. Rather, it's like kind of redundant or like not important at least, right? So I think yesterday we also talked about like how much the idea of attention deficit is almost a form of ableism in our time. That like if you're able to pay certain attention in this mode of production, then you are not in deficit. Otherwise, you are. And you're therefore kind of like less of a useful person, and so like, and then we also like trace back in like how interestingly ADHD will be surprisingly useful, not surprisingly, like immensely useful in the hunter-gathering time instead of the agriculture time where you actually need a much longer attention span to look at the plants, to look at, to be able to wait for seasonal change. And it's actually like how interesting, I'm interested in how all those infrastructure in many ways is ideological and how that kind of help us to categorize our attention as like useful functioning on it. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another term that's been used quite a lot and has a kind of elasticity to it is actually care, right?
Yeah.
So going back to your first provocation, who has time to care?
Yeah.
And I think the term has taken on quite a lot of different inflections, especially around COVID or after COVID. And it obviously means very different things to different people. And so I think that the term care and access are very intimately intertwined, as you mentioned as well, Chantal, in your work. And
thinking around access, I guess I have two sort of related questions. So one being, who is, how have your participants or the public responded to your work? Are there people who are uncooperative, for instance, people who add a kind of element of friction, maybe, or antagonism to this otherwise kind of convivial atmosphere of the game, which we saw, which looked tremendously fun. It's happening tomorrow in Manchester. If any of you want to make a trip, can spare the time to go down there. So just could you say a little bit about how, what it's like to engage others in this sort of attentive ecology for time?
Well, I think when you build a space like an installation, or you go into a work or a performance with intention, there is a level of control that you will always lack, because the participants or the audience completes the work. And I think it is a lot of preempting and creating either choreographic or spatial strategies, or to maybe invoke participation. Sometimes because Lasho Show is such a co-participatory work, when we last did it at the Barbican recently, we're laughing because my friends were there. I actually asked them to please, can you move with me, because some spaces are not conducive for certain actions to occur, and the gigantic Barbican foyer where people expect DJs instead of someone moving around is not a conducive environment for that kind of participatory work. And so I think part of the work as an artist is to preempt that and make decisions so that can be, you can persuade, but also like maybe they don't want to move. And I never like feeling like I have to instruct people from the hierarchical standpoint, like never top down, because if you're doing co-building, I feel like we should meet each other where, as equals. So I think it's like you kind of just gesture towards what you desire, but you also accept that it probably wouldn't go that way. And then that's when I think the affect and magic, or that feeling of, something happened, and an occurrence that you could not expect, that brings people together. Because, it took a while of like three of us like roaming, but then later the entire audience was moving. Like imagine Guangchengwu and the Barbican, it's really amazing.
I definitely kind of like can relate to like how much you can't really control your audience as much as like as a trained artist, sometimes you, at the beginning point, you will really wish that happened, but it never really can. And especially a game, like really what I learned from designing game is like you just have to submit to the fact that your participant gonna be like have a much stronger voice than you in the game. And even though I giving out all sorts of rules, etc., and like you kind of like accurately predicted, there are people like go to the game actively trying to sabotage the game and actively trying to see like whether they can undo the game. And then also the game sort of first launched in the Biennale, but we're probably like the only game that opened to everyone to participate. And strangely, I think that space first time have a lot of like tabletop game bro, like kind of like trying to like figure out how do I win the game, and then I joined the game, and I was really impressed by one like who really later on like really stayed with the game and become part of the community. And the first time he went there was just trying to game this thing out, and then only until one point is like realizing there's no winning in the game. Like the rules of this game is like you can fail in terms of how to sustainably living your life, but there's no point to win. It's just life, right, in the game. So, and then for him to suddenly realize, oh shit, I like by trying to actively smarting everyone out, he actually losing the game. So he's also one of those that get accused by, I mentioned this person who played the elderly one, and then he's also the person who get resented by the elderly character because he was also being helped, but he decided to kind of like take on another kind of like quasi-romantic relationship instead of paying attention to her, and then so he was really shocked and then almost come back hurtful to say like, well, I didn't consider myself as a very, a person that only take benefits from other people. So like, I think a lot of time it's like I and the participant, we all trying to figure out things as like we see ourselves more than like by interacting with other people, right? And then there's also other participants who are scholar and then like play the game but never really quite in the game because they constantly trying to find intellectual references in the game. And that was also part of the most, I personally think, the most miserable session ever, because like no one is actually paying attention to each other, just like only paying attention to intellectual references. And that also happened to be like one of the sessions that has the biggest wealth gap. Like the 10 participants, half of them is extreme wealthy person and other half of them is like housewife or teenager or like all that. And then that half of them really desperately need the welfare system, the whole token, and then the other half is like too rich to care. So that becomes like the very miserable one. But interestingly, after that, one of the participants in the poorer end of it write to me like really long message to say like how much that this game have taught her to just like she decided like to completely reorganize her life. And then I was like, wow, that's so surprising, because I was I feel really sorry that like you don't have like the usual warm, fluffy, kind of nice experience the game can offer. And it's just like, for me, it's just like pure brutality, that session. And then she was like, well, but it helped me to see the end of my life. Like the end of like, because like she's kind of that as she considered herself, but then she would be like, but now this game really like rehearsal, what does that mean to live in that way? And then she decided to not. So yeah.
I was gonna talk about Lauren Milan's, but I don't want to be I think before I open up to questions from the audience, I wondered if you could relate what we yesterday when you raised a really interesting point, which is also related to what Chantal was saying about access, which was about inclusion. So you were talking about how you try to, so the demographic of people who play this game are of a certain class and social status and so on. You also mentioned time poverty. Could you tell us a little bit more about how you try to conduct this experiment elsewhere?
Yeah, when we were in Shanghai, we actually actively trying to reach out to different population, because we don't want to predefine the moral other than class in the game. So we actively find people who maybe have accessibility issues, and then maybe have all sorts of kind of like just like problem that actually we would like to be introduced in the game. And among those that we thought this system that we created really should reach people in the working class in China, like the mutual aid culture, to really like to remind them in a way, like to offer a kind of possibility. And then we actually get in touch with like a female worker in Beijing, like organization in Beijing, and they were immensely interested. But then the first thing they asked me is like, can you make this game play within 1 hour? Because that's how much time that all the female worker who is also mostly mothers and migrants in Beijing can afford to have, to afford to explore other possibility, 1 hour. And 1 hour, right, we haven't finished the rules yet, you know, in a 6-hour session. So, and then it was just like such a struggle, and then we really wanted to get on it, and then later on they actually get like a lot of harassment from the authority, etc. We didn't get to that one, but then we definitely felt like, yeah, the game is actually really, like I mentioned, like made for middle-class, middle-aged people who can afford to actually spend 6 hours in the weekend or even weekday to explore alternatives. So, but eventually we somehow make a peace with that. It's just because we realize, you know what, the worker organization actually know that they cannot live without each other. They already have that culture. They just need a little bit of that infrastructural input. It was only the working class that think that they excel by being independent and being alone, and that equals success for many people in their middle class position, right? So I thought that, so then I stay with that.
Really interesting. But I'm sure that the audience has a lot of questions for you two as well. So, oh yeah, Susan.
Yeah, I think I can project, even though my throat's a little off. Thank you both so very much. It was incredibly interesting, and I'm just full with some things. And there are two things I want to say, just from going on from what you said, and going on prior to what Chantel was talking about, the specificity of working with the Barbican. Is it not play? How can we encourage freaking play in this moment in time, and taking time to play and to notice? And it's kind of demolished, especially with age. It is kind of not desired or a necessary factor in life. So that was one thing I wanted to say. And this is something to Chantal. You mentioned very briefly multiplicity hidden, your gorgeous multiplicity. And I understand the distillation needed in order to advance in a particular mode or with a particular possibility, project, job, whatever. But why do we have to hide it? This is what is so infuriating. And I would love for you to respond to that about, yeah, that the more and more, especially with with what's happening technologically, and though I know there's different cultures that are not, definitely, but many cultures are, is how can this juggling of multiplicity be embraced and be supported? That we don't have to hone in a particular silo. Yeah.
I actually really agree with you about, I was writing down play and then fun, and they're both circled, because I think the thing that probably overlaps in our practices shared here is the idea of fun. I spoke briefly about
pleasure.
Yeah, I spoke briefly about how I can only seem to pay attention to things I'm interested in, and that fun or attention has become this like probing tool through life that has developed my thinking in maybe spaces that people might find strange or like strange. But it's fun to me. And of course the game, people engage with it because it's fun, and that's a different kind of I think fun and play is anti-capitalist attention because it stretches time. With the thing on multiplicity, this is, I reckon with it daily. It felt important to me in my sharing to honor that rather than stand here as an expert in my fields, as, you know, purely an artist, because I am many things constantly, and it's something I do struggle with, whether it's imposter syndrome or the fact that I don't have this fixed singular career path, and my work or practice doesn't seem to grow in this linear way. And I think one thing I try to do to embrace that or resist this need for specialization is, I think I live a bit seasonally now, which is, I have about like 5 things I like to do, and I do them well. I care a lot about the things I do, and I understand because time is a structure that seems to constantly bombard us, that I don't seem to be able to do everything at once as much as I wish I could. So I think I prioritize like 2 cells every couple of months, and that's something I've started to do a bit more last year. So the 3 months I was in New York, I was artist, and then I came back, I was kind of like question mark, and then for another 3 months I was fully doing my food. I have a food business, and that was great. And then now I'm working on other projects, and sometimes I think the validation that we've been brought up to see, which is, accolades from like just one thing to mark growth or to mark expertise. I realize I need to see it more like wider picture, as in my time now or myself now is more like my entire life, you know. I think that's the kind of grace I try to live with, although I fail a lot. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Susan, for the question about play. I think just very quickly on like how, like again back to the title, like who has the time to care is also who has the time to play, and the thing is like playing in a lot of play theory is about like people was giving the time and space to subvert the social structure, right? We role play a different role. We kind of like explore different kind of like social organization, power dynamic, etc. And it's immensely interesting to think about how we lack of time to play and even interest to play these days. That really like says a lot more about like how we are in a generation that seems to be so kind of like our interest to subvert a different kind of social structure has been somewhat removed, right? Is it removed? Is it repressed? Or is it what other? I don't know. But I do think that is a very important question to ask.
Can we have, speaking of time, unfortunately, I think we have time for just one more question. Yes, please, Kiki, go ahead.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear her? Thanks, Carmen.
Thank you very much for both of your presence and sharing. I'm very interested in this game, and I love to play it myself. I do have a question, because you talk about, for example, the Chinese middle school and that portfolio, as well as a portfolio of retired person who built them. Because I think there's a lot of assumptions assumption there, right? And you also talk about stereotypes.
Yeah.
I wonder whether your purpose is actually challenge that stereotype. For me, a high school kid that's not interested in studies have all the time a bit more to spend on.
Right.
For example, and also it's really made me think whether your game would consider to actually work with healthcare institutions that will be, I think they will really be benefiting from this.
Yeah, definitely. We do get some invitation, and then like the challenge is always about like, do we want more specific audience or do we want more general audience? Because as a practice, like the game definitely is more fun when there's a more random people coming from different backgrounds, because you kind of encounter the different modes of thinking, etc. And getting back to the design of the character, I designed it with my two collaborators. One of them is a sociologist. We decided to make it a more like kind of like from a sociological point of view, how different kind of like class structure tend to have that. Those data are actually more relational data with each of the position, other than more like definitive. And in fact, the way that we kind of introduce the game is I project onto those data and I interpret what do you think it means, right? We have players that constantly think they have to stay in the like 5 of all metric is their lifeline. Like if I have like 4 time, it means I'm already in danger. But actually, you can also choose to just have 1 time. Like you can choose to just like always live in the border of that, because the game doesn't penalize you for that. And then, but also at the same time, as like we also ran into a participant that is identified as queer, and then she get the venture capitalist card, which have like 8 finance, which is the highest in the entire data set. And then she would be like, well, I think because I'm a queer person, that's why I don't get like 10 finance, like because she thinks that venture capitalists should have 10, but because she's queer, she decided to put in that narrative in there. And we think that is actually probably more interesting to see like how consistently the same data set being interpreted by different people for many different ways. And for, of course, like for that participant, we know her, so she, like we know that she deliberately want to put that narrative into that, and then trying to see whether other people respond to that or not. So yeah, we decided to take on that stereotype on ourselves so that other people can challenge it.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Yeah.
So it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Serafina Sungwonmin. Serafina is a South Korean artist and educator based in the UK. Her multidisciplinary practice, painting, sculpture, performance, and film, weaves narratives drawn from linguistic, historical, and traditional research. As a graduate of Chelsea College of Art, Min's recent work explores pedagogy as an artistic medium, investigating how education itself can be a form of creative expression. She teaches art to partially sighted and blind students, integrating accessibility and sensory engagement into her practice. And her work has been exhibited internationally and most recently at the Beyond the Visual exhibition at the Henry Moore Institute in Leeds. Some of you might have seen her piece, it's really amazing. So please join me in welcoming Serafina.
Yes, please. It was an ideal day. My bus to school finally came on time. I even had some time to read for pleasure and not for research. When was the last time you did that, quote, research? I prepared all the materials and the lessons. Everything was ready, organized, and on time. I had beautiful lessons that day, and I was cleaning up the classroom a little bit when one of my students came in and asked,
something in teacher, what is that? And there I was, thinking that I was prepared for the day because I managed to print something double-sided. I was not prepared for this. You see, my former student, who was born blind, had just lost a family member. And he said, teacher, I asked other adults what death is, and they said, death is when you can't see someone anymore or feel someone anymore. But teacher, I'm blind. I don't see anyone anyways. I don't feel anyone unless they come close to me. So I started to go through the medical process of death. So I said, when you die, it means your heart stops beating, your blood stops circulating. But I could see that my student was kind of drifting away and he didn't quite understand what I was talking about because, and I understood that because I never went through the physical process, process of death either. So I took a different direction and I told him that, you know how in Korean, instead of saying someone died, we say someone 돌아가셨다, returned, or went back. Well, in English, people say someone passed away. And in other cultures, they say someone went up, someone went downstairs. And as we were talking about these expressions, we started to draw and map out these directions of death onto each other's palms. And that's when my student really started to think. And just like my former student, we all go through this in life. We somehow always encounter these intangible concepts that are too difficult for us. So, how can we process, understand, and hold abstract concepts such as death, love, or time through acts of attention and care? Today, we will come to understand difficult, intangible concepts such as death, love, and time, not through fixed definitions, but through practices of attention and care. By engaging with metaphor, touch, storytelling, sound, and relational experience, we will learn how to stay with what is difficult rather than to avoid it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serafina Min. I'm an artist and an art educator who previously taught at a blind school in South Korea. And now I currently teach at Linden Lodge School in London, working with students with visual, sensory, and mobility impairments. As we will be talking about such sensitive subjects like that, please feel free to step outside anytime if necessary. So before we move on to my research, let's try this together. Okay, the palm drawings that I did with my students. Everyone, if you can find someone who is sitting next to you, or perhaps you can turn over and find someone that you can draw with, that would be great. If, of course, you prefer to do this activity alone on your own palm, that is absolutely fine. So, everyone getting ready? I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I'm a teacher, sorry, so 2 minutes. Let's pair up. The first expression that we are going to draw on each other is, everyone, they faded. They faded. Let's go. All right, everyone coming back. That was not yet 2 minutes, but, but I think a lot of people were really starting to get into it. So they faded. I was seeing how some people were using the pressure, right, the speed of the movement as well. I'm going to give you just one more to try. The second phrase, that's one of my favorite phrases of death, is they stopped quietly. They stopped quietly. How would you draw that on the skin, everyone? And everyone coming back, thank you very much. So the first expression, they faded, it's actually a common phrase about death used in different European languages, including Spanish and Portuguese. The second, they stopped quietly, is in Akan, which is a language most commonly used in Ghana and Ivory Coast in West Africa. So, what we just did is actually an exercise that I do every time with my current students whenever we're starting to discuss an abstract concept. And I do this activity with my students because of 4 main reasons. So firstly, by pairing up and drawing on each other's palms, it promotes touch. Rather than leaving the interpretation solely in your imagination, disconnected from the outside world, there is a direct contact with someone else or on the skin through physical feelings and senses, such as pressure, speed of movement, temperature as well. And in this way, abstract concepts become grounded as an embodied experience. Secondly, by using these linguistic metaphors, it reflects conceptual metaphor theory, which is a framework in cognitive linguistics, suggesting that we understand abstract ideas such as time or death through more concrete and familiar activities in our everyday life, such as the act of passing someone by or the act of stopping quietly. And in this way, we already know how to care about these familiar activities, and we already know how to pay attention to these. And thirdly, through touch with another, it lessens the gap between you and the other. This is a rather intimate form of communication, touch. In forming this relationship, it promotes attention as care and as a shared experience. And perhaps the reverse is also true. We sustain attention toward what we have learned to care about. It shows how attention can grow into relationship and presence. And lastly, it doesn't give an answer. Very often nowadays, we teach our students to hunt for fixed answers, which can make people cling on to different positions. And this activity shows that thinking requires openness, patience, and willingness to receive truth rather than to force it, willingness to remain with uncertainty. So far, I have compiled 122 sayings of death in 49 languages. My research maps these sayings in simple movements on paper, and now I'm going to share some of my 2D directions of death. I'm going to pass these around. If you could return these to me by the end of the talk, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm only saying this because in the last lecture I was presenting these, some of the audience gladly took them home with them and gift from me, but it would be greatly appreciated if these return. Oh, yes, please. So in these works of different expressions for death, I explore how languages shape attention. These are not simply linguistic variations, but these are ways of attending to mortality and bereavement. By collecting and working through these sayings through art, I try to map how societies learn to care, or fail to care, about finitude. In asking people to stay with death rather than to avoid it, the work also becomes an act of ecological attention, remaining present with what contemporary culture often teaches us to suppress or to move on from. A philosopher and an educator, Simone Weil, argues that attention is not merely concentration or cognitive effort, it is a moral effort. So attention grows where care exists, and care deepens through attention. So as Weil says, attention is not only cognitive, but also moral. This audio piece, which you will interact with, comes from my personal experience of loss. One day, a friend of mine called me, and I did not pick up. I think I was doing laundry. And it became the last call I would ever get from him. So the audio piece is called The Call You Never Got. The work includes my research of Korean traditional funeral song called 상여소리 and recordings of 999 emergency calls. In traditional Korean funeral song, a lead singer sings from the perspective of the dead or the ghost, and their family members follow in through the song. And rather than peacefully accepting death, the dead goes through multiple cries and multiple regrets, and it has so many concerns for the loved ones that they leave behind, and in return, the families and the friends of the dead sing with the same sort of cry and sadness, and only going through that multiple exchanges, they come to agreement that it's time to say goodbye. I'm going to let you go, but you don't need to worry because we're going to meet again sometime. So that's the end of a traditional Korean funeral song. And this kind of structure is followed when you are called this number. Let's see. So, everyone, please get your phones out. You're going to call this number. The number is 020-3970-4893. This is not a scam. The number you should call is 020-3970-4893. I will see you in 10 minutes. Everyone, I'm sorry to cut it short, but I'm also very much aware of your lunch break. So if everyone could just come back here, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Now that you have the number, if you would like to go back to it, you can always do that, either here or in your bed or with someone else. So, Simone Weil writes that attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. Attention is the rarest and the purest form of generosity. Not because attention is difficult in a technical sense, but because genuine attention requires us to suspend ourselves, suspend our impatience, suspend our desire to dominate, categorize, consume, and move on. Attention is, again, an ethical relation. In contemporary discourse, attention is often treated as this rare resource under attack by distraction, overstimulation, fragmented media environments. But building on Weil, we can dig a little deeper. The crisis of attention may actually be a crisis of care. People do not attend because they are not in relationship. People do not attend because they don't want to sacrifice their efficiency. And we cannot force sustained attention through discipline alone. I'm a teacher, believe me, I tried and it doesn't work. Attention emerges when the world becomes meaningful, vulnerable, and alive. This is where my experience at Linden Lodge School comes in. because it showed me how to teach attention through care and through gestures. In many educational settings, vision is treated as immediate acquisition, identifying, classifying, interpreting quickly. But with my students, perception is unfolded through slowness, touch, texture, listening, spatial sensitivity, trust. Trust is really important. Repetition and relational experience and presence. Attention becomes less extractive and more devotional. I began to understand attention not as focusing harder, but as learning how to stay with something long enough for it to matter. So, I'm going to show you some examples. This is an example of love made by my student. The student can see a shade of color, but only when the material is this close to their eye. So this love was made on Mother's Day. We were discussing questions about their mothers and families, and I asked the question, what is your favorite thing to do with your mum? And what is a favorite thing that you would like to do in the future with your mum? And they answered, my favorite thing to do with my mum is to hug. And in the future, I would like to hug her even more. And this is a quick 3D sketch the student made of their hug. The student wants the hug to be yellow because they read somewhere that yellow is the color of sunlight, and sunlight is warm, and their hug is warm. Most sighted people would probably draw a hug with arms and hands and probably a figure as well. For my student, rather than that, they focused on the feeling, the pressure, the movement, and the temperature of the hug, and therefore making the paper into this enwrapping form was crucial, as well as this tiny slit of opening in the middle of her 3D sketch. They were saying that if it's a closed one, then it's not a hug anymore because it's a trap. You can't get out. So that opening was very important. And this is an example of care and friendship. I'm just going to pass these around. So as part of our bookmaking project, the students chose their favorite person in their class, and they painted their favorite person's hand, lessening again the gap between you and the other. They needed to feel where the fingers begin, how small or long or large it is. They needed to trace everything. And that takes a lot of time and care, actually. Then they gave a big high five to the person, making their own hands messy with paint as well. And this part my students absolutely loved because it again promotes care and touch. They would give each other multiple high fives, or they would give a handshake, or they would just simply hold hands together for quite a while. And then after both of their hands get messy, they would print their hands into the book. And then lastly, they would get wipes and wipe each other's hands, because that is also a form of care. Later on, we dry those wipes as a form of another painting, which are included in the books that you will be seeing. And this, I will give you an example how my school, Linden Lodge School, teaches the sense of time to our students. So you see, in teaching students with learning difficulties, I have noticed that for some of our students, the sense of time can often be very short or sometimes even almost non-existent. Many students entirely live in the present. So their time is now, 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 now. There's no before, there's no past, and there's no future. So in this case, as a school, how do we teach a sense of time? To help make time more tangible, we use, as you can see, sensory and tactile timetables built around very simple sequences. Before, now, next. For more advanced, it'll be yesterday, today, tomorrow. The most basic will be first, second, later. So through these physical objects and the active flipping cards, I understand that these are separated. However, we also have a book form, so the act of flipping connects to what comes next. So time becomes something concrete, touchable, and experienced through the body rather than understood only as an abstract concept. And when some of our students had lessons with me about time, these are the questions I asked. Where does time come from? Does it come from you? Does it come from somewhere else? Where does the time go? And if it goes from you, where does it go? To whom does it go? And does it go quickly? Does it go slowly? When you feel that time is coming to you or going from you, how do you feel? What are the emotions that you have about that? So this student answered that time comes from him. His time spreads from him in all directions, and they were spreading fast. The time spreads from him to his circle of his family and friends, and then to the rest of the world. This student said that time is always hovering around him, like air or H2O particles, to phrase the student exactly. The time seems to be inside those bubbles, and then it is slowly released, or it seeps through around him. So he neither needs to chase or find time, he said. This student answered that the time falls on her like rain. Some good ones, some bad ones. She knows that she's not going to get most of it, but she's fine with it. And she said that she looks forward to the unexpected timefall. This student expressed how his time grows like a tree. It branches out to infinite possibilities. However, it somehow always feels that there is another time coming diagonally, and it meets his time as well, but somehow it always misses the most important events. And this student said time jumps up and down in very high speed. Sometimes he enjoys it, sometimes he is overwhelmed by it, but he has learned how to dance to the jump. And this last student said that the time blows through her just like the wind. She only feels it when the time is moving, like air moving to become wind. An ecology of attention suggests that attention is not only an isolated mental faculty, it is relational and environmental. Certain worlds cultivate attention, others destroy it. Certain pedagogies nourish care, others instrumentalize perception. Industrial culture often trains attention towards utility, speed, optimization, novelty. But ecological attention asks for another rhythm. It asks for lingering, dwelling, vulnerability, receptivity, interdependence, responsiveness, and patience. In this sense, art education becomes ecological training, and perhaps blindness, paradoxically, reveals something essential about attention that sighted culture forgets. That attention is not simply visual capture, but relational presence. If we want a culture capable of deeper attention, we do not merely need fewer distractions, we need practices of care. Because attention is not capture, it is consent to encounter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Serafina. So we'll now be taking a lunch break, and then there will be a screening capsule by Yves Citton and Jia Chen Initially, we planned to screen it at 2 p.m. We're now going to screen it at 2:15. If you want to take a longer lunch break, feel free to come back whenever suits you. We will play the films, and then we'll start with the second panel at 2:45.
Hello everyone, I'm Yanju Chen from Taipei. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce my video work, Extrastellar Evaluation 3, Entropy, 25,800. As you have probably noticed, in this video, I have gathered scattered pieces of information and woven them into a single narrative with one simple message. We as humans are destroying our own world. But I wanted to flip the perspective. Instead of a warning from our own kind, I felt that a message coming from an extrastellar intelligence would be far from compelling. I adapted the concept from a series of books from the 1980s called The Law of One. The books document channeling sessions with an extraterrestrial entity known as Ra. That's why throughout the video, you'll see tunnel-like imagery and hear the sound of radio tuning right before the Ra begins to speak. Ra's messages serve as the backbone for the 3 chapters of this video: the Great Year, Entropy, and Time with Zero. The first chapter, the Great Year, introduces the idea of much vaster span of time. It's not about our typical 24-hour days or 365-day years. Instead, it's based on the Earth's sextile precession, a cycle that takes about 25,800 human years. This found footage in this chapter shows how this intelligence observes us, seeing how quickly humans have used advanced technology, like nuclear power, to destroy one another in what is essentially a blink of an eye, compared to the Great Year. The second chapter is Entropy. I borrowed this concept from the second law of thermodynamics, which basically says that the universe naturally moves from order toward chaos. For this part, I used footage we shot on a volcanic island, reinterpreting it as if Ra is showing us a glimpse of Earth's future. The final chapter is Time with Zero. This term comes from the American writer Terence McKenna. His theory suggests that history follows a fractal pattern of novelty that accelerates toward a point of infinite complexity. Using a formula derived from the I Ching, he predicted a final transformation of human consciousness in the year of 2012. In this chapter, Ra presents a contrast between the beauty of nature and the dystopia built by humans. Finally, Ra leaves us a prediction. By the end of the current Iron Age, Earth will not progress to the Bronze Age, nor will it complete the cycle of the Great Year. Thank you for watching and listening. I hope our paths will cross again soon.
我是 Ra， 我在太一无限造物的光与爱中向你致意。我们开始通讯。当第一个核子装置被开发使用时，星际联邦成员看过你们人类，因此引发一些神秘现象。我们希望借由这些现象，让你们察觉到无限的可能性。唯有人类掌握了无限的观念，唯有如此，通往一的法则之大门方能开启。我是 Ra， 我在太一无限造物的光与爱中向你致意。我们开始通讯。每一个行星实体之周期时程并不相同，这些周期的时序相当于一部分智能能量的2度。灵性上导致它们的社会记忆复合体不断崩解。我们觉得评估你们地球的心、身、灵复合体的未来应该不具伤害性。我们只能说心智的状态有可能发展出这类毁灭性科技与相关的部署。这是我们的视野与理解的扭曲。你们人类的心智与灵性复合体需要重新定位，而非哪些玩具需要被拆除。所有存在的事物不都是造物者的一部分？因此，自由地去选择是你们的职责。 是 Ra， 我在太一无限造物的光与爱中向你致意。我们开始通讯。战争与自我关系是成熟实体的一个根本感知。实体有着很大的机会加速到任何向往的方向。一个实体可能会因为任何原因而对好战的态度产生负向的极化。由于缺乏理解自我承载着绿色光芒，有些实体朝负能量极化，并拒绝了包含在普世大爱之中的宽恕原则。正极化的实体察觉到愤怒，这个实体如果在心智上被催化，祝福并爱这个愤怒，它会有意识地在心智中强化这个愤怒，直到被察觉的红色光芒能量不再只是愚蠢而已，而是隶属于灵性商数的能量，一种随机无秩序的能量，没法在所有实体中创造绝大比例倾斜于战争的面貌。以往是马代克与火星的经验，而现在是地球。似乎只有金星幸免于战争定律的制约。服务无限造物者的星际联邦只有一个重要的声明，这个声明，我的朋友，正如你所知道的，就是所有的事情，所有的生命，所有的创造，都是太一原始思维的一部分。
Right, welcome back everyone. That was just a screening capsule of Yves Citton and Jia Chen's work put together by Yu. That was really great in Kiki's sort of spirit, really asking our bodies, our minds, and our attention sort of to slow down. Moving on to the second panel, I'm very excited about it. It's titled Consensus and Senses, Distributing Perception, Sensing, Otherwise. I'll be chairing today's conversation. I'm very excited to invite the panelists Solveig, Jesus, and Stella Zhong as speakers. The panel explores the tension between consensus, so what can be commonly sensed, named, and shared, and those forms of perception that exceed it, including the cosmological, intuitive, and the more than human. Bringing together practitioners working across art, moving image, and critical practice, the panel considers how attention is structured by dominant regimes of legibility and how these might be disrupted, redistributed, and reconfigured. Moving beyond an understanding of attention as a scarce resource, this discussion approaches it instead as a threshold. Between sense and non-sense, visibility and opacity, the knowable and the felt, what emerges when practices operate at this edge, where sensing becomes a means of accessing other cosmologies and redistributing the terms of perception itself. I'm delighted to introduce our two speakers. Solveig Jesus is an artist-filmmaker working across documentary cinema, installation, and writing. Her work draws on visual culture and spatial politics to examine how optical and media infrastructure shape experiences of time, space, and memory. Moving between global systems and personal archives, she traces emotional and technological entanglements across post-colonial and diasporic contexts. Her work has been presented internationally at institutions and festivals, including the upcoming Sharjah Biennial, the International Film Festival in Rotterdam. Turning my page. Bangkok Kunsthalle, Guangzhou Image Triennial, Haus der Kulturen der Welt, Onassis Stegi, ZKM Karlsruhe, and Göteborg Biennial, and Kunsthal Trondheim, amongst others. She co-authored Geocinema, concerned with the understanding and sensing of the Earth, tracing vastly distributed processes of image and meaning-making. She has received fellowships from the Swiss National Science Foundation, Digital Earth, Goethe Foundation, and held residencies at NYU Shanghai, Fondazione Prada, Yixinting Film Festival, Film Fund, and Tabacalera. She's currently a PhD candidate in urban studies at the University of Basel and a visiting scholar at the Center for Global Asia, NYU Shanghai. We're also delighted afterwards to welcome artist Stella Zhong, who's based in New York and whose practice spans sculpture, installation, writing, and thinking. Her work frequently engages metaphysical and cosmological frameworks, drawing together materiality and systems of being in ways that unsettle stable distinctions between the sensorial and the conceptual. Through often subtle shifts in scale, texture, and orientation, her practice invites other modes of attunement and perception that exceed purely rational or instrumental frameworks of understanding. Recent solo exhibitions include Troutline Herlith, Berlin, Row in Jakarta, Antenna Space in Shanghai, The Intermission in Piraeus, Chapter New York, and Fanta MLN in Milan. Zhong has been included in group exhibitions, most recently at Parasite Hong Kong, the Power Station Dallas, Leo Museum of Art in Seoul, Sculpture Center in New York, and more. She holds a BFA from Rhode Island School of Design and an MFA from Yale University. The structure of this session will be the same as before, so each speaker will first give a presentation, after which we will join a discussion together, and then before opening the discussion to questions from the audience. Thank you all again for being here, and please join me in welcoming Solveig and then Stella.
Thank you, Michelle, for that generous introduction. And generally, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for the Kutal and also Asymmetry Institute for bringing me over for this talk. So today, I'm going to speak through the process. Can you hear me okay? Speak through the process of making two works, Holding Rivers, Becoming Mountains, and Little Grass.
So bringing these films together, I hope to bring this tension between naming and sensing and how shared vocabularies can make certain relations legible, while other histories continue to escape language, remain withheld, or asked to be approached without being fully resolved. There are three kind of working concepts I want to move through today. One is the negative space, what surrounds, delays, and exceeds the visible. The other is rhythm machines, so how infrastructures shift tempo, perception, and cinematic time. And volumetric time, how rhythm becomes a way of noticing, filming, editing, and collaborating. So sometimes I find the image of the Chinese Three Gorges Dam resurfacing on social media, propelled into another circuit of virality. And it casts its viewers into this awe with its sheer scale. The Yangtze River transformed into a reservoir holding nearly 10 trillion gallons of water. An intervention so vast it's shifted the Earth's axis by 2 centimeters and slowed its rotation by 0.06 microseconds per day. But what really interests me is less the monument itself, but the void around it, the negative space produced by infrastructures whose effects radiate far beyond its concrete mass and extends through geophysical systems and into the cosmos. So today, amid Southeast Asia's sustainable energy transition, the Mekong and its tributaries are punctuated by hundreds of dams built across China and Laos, leaving downstream water levels increasingly volatile. Dams, once monument to modernity, are now reframed as providers of clean energy. And across the Mekong, a regional power grid is taking shape, with Laos positioning itself as the battery of Southeast Asia, exporting hydropower to wealthier centers such as in Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and China. And downstream, however, unseasonal floods, abrupt temperature drops, and collapsing riverbanks have intensified anxieties over upstream interventions, data transparency, and uncoordinated dam releases. So this is a scene in my footage that I return to often, which I filmed just after sundown at Bhumipol Dam, Thailand's first multi-purpose dam, built in 1964 on the Ping River. So the river kind of glows this electric blue, and I really love how the dam itself is almost invisible, appearing almost as a dark void. And I kept returning to this image because it became a way for me to frame the footage that followed. So a dam is both present and absent at the same time. It rarely appeared directly in my film, partly because access was restricted, but also because its influence is often felt at a distance. The negative space then is not only visual, but it's temporal, epistemological, and what is omitted, delayed, or obscured becomes a site of meaning. And rather than making the dam as the protagonist of my footage, the film really tries to shift the attention to the negative space it generates. So the altered currents, the changed fishing seasons, river reed harvests, community meetings, measurement practices, and forms of embodied knowledge that register the dam without needing to show it. And in cinematic terms, this becomes a form of behind-the-scenes noticing, so attending to what is off-screen, unframed, or absent. And I found deep resonance here with Trinity Minha's in thinking of the interval, the fragment, the gap, the withholding, and the refusal to translate everything into explanation. And what remains partial or unresolved can carry as much weight as what is shown, and if not more. This feels especially important when filming infrastructures, because so much of infrastructure operates beyond immediate visibility, right? It exceeds into the background, moving people, goods, water, energy, and data until something fails, breaks, floods, or becomes unaffordable. And in Southeast Asia, these temporal extremes coexist. Spectacular acceleration alongside deep dispossession, Bangkok-centric industrialization, and now the green transition folded agrarian life cycles into cycles of debt, dependency, and infrastructural risk. So to film infrastructure, then, is often to film its absence, not absence as a lack, but as a force, something that displaces, redirects, varies, and sets other bodies and processes in motion. So this question of a negative space later turned inwards through this other film that I was making in parallel to Holding Rivers, which is called Little Grass. And I began filming Little Grass around the same period as the other film. The project started during the pandemic when I was living with my mother in rural Switzerland. And at first I wanted to explore my relationship with her alongside the technological history she had been part of as an optical engineer in reform era China during the 1980s. And very quickly, however, the project became shaped, even structured by what could not be shown and what couldn't be said.
After long, lonely days in the archive, I started to imagine stories of my own. Continuity where there's only coincidence. Collaboration where there's only gesture. History gives way to memory, and memory to something harder to hold. In 2020, I began researching a film about the exchange of technology between China and the West. It started with a contract. German optical instruments sold to the Chinese government, a deal caught in stiff, formal photographs. A perfect exchange, one hand offering, the other receiving. There was something about their gestures, the passing of glass, of knowledge, of something closer that kept drawing me in. Each day, I'd choose a new section to comb through. One day, Box 3, 1930s Kuomingdan, military drill surveying rice fields. The next, Box 4, 1956, Beijing Exhibition Center, red stars, green and blue coats. Another, Box 5, 1983, geodetic devices, vacuum chamber specs, coatings only a few angstroms thick. Between these sections, years went unaccounted for, years such as the gap between Box 4 and Box 5. The same years, Mama, that you were also inside the industry. Each photograph from those missing decades felt like an approximation of you, a gesture that almost resolves into recognition. With every woman I found, I lingered a second longer, just in case.
So, to give a bit more context to the film, my mother worked as an optical engineer and translator, mediating exchanges between her state institution and Western firms. She negotiated lens production equipment, foreign clients, and forms of technical knowledge that were deeply situated within systems of military-state confidentiality. And it was in this thick of the historical moments of China's reform and during the transaction of optical technologies that had been also the setting for where my mother was caught in between through love. Desires by the company and the state to hide this state of exception project had eclipsed the desires of my mother as she fell in love with a Western colleague on the confidential project. As she eventually decided to marry the Western colleague, the decision led her to threats of disappearance, marked as a traitor, and banned her from her workplace. When she was eventually allowed to leave China in 1987, she signed a non-disclosure agreement for her work on classified optical technologies. And despite being open with me about many other aspects of her life, she remains stubbornly faithful to this non-disclosure agreement. And so this NDA became a void in our family memory, where the silence was in a way always present, but never fully named. And the film became a way to attend to these erasures in some way. So I went and I accessed the archives of companies involved in optical trade with China during the 1980s, including Zeiss, one of the largest and oldest manufacturers of optical systems in the world. In the Zeiss corporate archive, I found many photographs of official visits and optical demonstrations, delegates holding precision devices, pointing towards lenses, machines, instruments, imagined as gateways to technological possibility. And as China reopened geopolitically during the 1980s, optics became tied to sensors and satellites, telecommunications, fiber optics, and the technical systems that would shape the country's future trajectory. So I tried to fill this timeline with home videos, family photographs, and images that had been taken by my father as he took his first business trips to China for the project that lasted until 1987. So the film process was a way of needing to reconstruct through these fragments to kind of piece together what happened. And there was a strong, throughout the film, this strong push and pull between us as mother and daughter, me, the daughter that wanted to know, and my mother who wanted to be a good mother while also being an unreliable narrator. And the more that I gathered, the more I realized I was building an impossible archive, a structure of forces that had shaped the ground of our lives. So what artist filmmaker Sanaz Turabi eloquently says, archive is a verb, it sees, it also silences.
Why don't you like looking at the past?
I don't want to spoil my mood because in the past there's quite a lot of negative things happen. What is done, you can't change it. So I just more focus at the present and look forward into the future. You know, the way how a person growing up, special childhood, experience in childhood, has a lot of impact on the mindset and the living styles. What do you think is more important and what is not? Definitely has impact.
So don't you see that why looking at the past is also important, so you understand how it still stays with you until the present?
I know that. I know it. That's why I don't want to look, because it have such impact on me about presence. How could I enjoy life when I would think about past? No, I don't feel like.
But you don't think that by looking at the past and like recognizing it, acknowledging it, that you will be able to have a different relationship to it in the present, and that it won't be so painful anymore, and that it won't be affecting you in such a strong way?
I think I cope pretty well. I know. And when it's absolutely necessary to think about back, I could do it, I can look at it, but not for a long time.
So me making a film about it, around it.
That's why sometimes I don't feel like filming
and
because this is really sometimes feel a little bit painful, you know. But my daughter wants me to do, I don't have a way to escape, and I want to cope.
So the film was not simply searching for missing technical history, but it became almost a way for me to search for my mother. Julieta Singh, the writer, wrote, "No archive will restore you." And somehow that really captured that essence and that desire and longing that I had that was driving my search through these archives, and how that I understood that it would never give me any full image of anything in the end, actually. So over time, I stopped asking my mother so directly about technology, and I began filming the in-between moments of cooking, folding laundry, walking by the river, and the film became much more about just being beside her and tracing how histories live through its gaps and through inheritance and through my mother's reluctance and all of the complications that came with it. And our relationship as mother and daughter was very much a refracted relationship. So rhythm machines. Returning to holding rivers, if filming infrastructure often means filming its absence, the next question became how to render the processes that infrastructure sets in motion without reverting to monumental images. So this is where my work turns to rhythm and how infrastructures rescript time. In April 2023, I attended the Mekong River Commission Summit in Vientiane with press credentials. The MRC is the region's main intergovernmental water body governance, and the summit was haunted by the memory of the 2019 and 2020 incidents when downstream communities experienced some of the driest river conditions in living memory, floods in the dry season and dryness in the wet season. With limited access to dam release schedules and upstream data, these changes were very difficult to attribute. So were they caused by climate change, dam operations, or both? Vietnam, at the lowest point of the basin, voiced urgent concern over the accumulated effects upstream, and China, the most upstream country, responded by emphasizing unity against the shared enemy of climate change through infrastructures. So the next question again was, how do we understand a river changing amidst climate change, dam operations, and geopolitical tension, and competing forms of evidence? When speaking about timescapes of Himalayan hydropower, Laura Drew and Gergan elaborated on how hydropower is a temporalizing project, a redistribution of resources across time, and mapping its timescapes reveals how resources are made and imagined. Meaning, for example, prior to a hydroelectric dam being installed on a river, one can think of subsistence life along the Mekong organized through monsoonal rhythms, where fishing, harvesting, navigation followed the flood pulse quite closely. And this way, hydropower really introduces a rupture to that. It's a temporalizing project where each dam could be thought of as a rhythm machine. They impose regulated pulses that reorganize landscapes and synchronize to distant urban industrial demands, supporting monocultures through irrigation, timing water releases to 24-hour energy intervals demanded from urban centers and cross-border power contracts. Entering the archives of the Mekong River Commission, I scoured their shelves for the earliest engineering binders, and then I wanted to trace this transformation through a visual regime that recalibrated the Mekong into a technical system. And over these maps and documents, one can see how the river becomes, for planners, energy companies, and basin organizations, a river of anticipation, an object whose future must be secured in advance through models, scenarios, and infrastructure plans. Many present-day dam sites had already been plotted in early US and Japanese-backed World Bank surveys since the 1950s, where early attempts to datafy the river, where hydropower planning begins by collecting decades, sometimes a century of the river's behavior in order to model a century into the future. And for many riverside communities, it is also a river of annihilation, where what anthropologist Jeffrey Sankamani outlines as inherited ways of reading and living with the water are gradually undone by dam operations, diversions, and climate variability. And in May 2023, I moved to Chiang Khong, a small border town in northern Thailand, where people read the river as an index of remote events. People can trace back to each new dam being installed by the sudden change in the river's behavior and seasons arriving at the wrong time. And it is the first area in Thailand to feel the direct impacts from the upstream Chinese dams and also in Laos. But watching how water is released or withheld becomes a way of sensing economic and political features upstream. For to sense the river is to sense another system's pulse. One scene in the video follows women harvesting river wheat in Chiang Khong. a generational practice now made precarious by volatile currents. And unlike most weeks, they tell us that they have been able to collect river weed for several days in a row. And this was because the water has been calmer since Chinese New Year. When upstream industries slow, dam gates close, and electricity demand drops. So during such pauses, festivals, or even pandemic lockdowns, the river steadies, and since the floodgates from dams are not active due to the lack of energy demand, the weeds return. And the group of women who harvest these weeds watch the river not only for the water's movement, but for the movement of the economy upstream. So the pulse of the regional economy becomes tangible and felt in the weeds that reappear when commercial and industrial time slackens. So volumetric time. In Tianhong, I began regularly visiting the Mekong School, an environmental conservation group, intermittently over the next 3 years. Organized through a network of villages, the school was supporting disaster signaling systems, community-based data maps, and research practices, especially as trust in official hydrological records has eroded. These collaborations also connected me with scholars such as Professor Akisong Inchalawan at Meifa Luang University and colleagues at the Chiang Mai University who were facilitating farmer-centric knowledge workshops about climate and human-induced changes felt in everyday life. Planning from above through dam release schedules, power demand curves, and opaque flood control rules often override the ways communities anticipate change from below. Yet communities continue to observe and record and respond, turning their knowledge into maps, reports, and public claims around dams and diversions. And in this sense, sensing becomes a form of political presence, a way to imagine other futures for the river under deeply unequal conditions. And so the work that I was doing engaged with archives from Electricity General Authority of Thailand, the Mekong River Commission, and the Mekong School Library, while also drawing from local workshops with the Ing tributary river of the Mekong River, as well as the MRC Summit. And these different instances and archives really allowed me to look at the different layered histories of mapping and documentation that continues to reshape the river's course. And so that the kind of, I really love thinking through this quote by filmmaker Deborah Stratman, who describes editing as a matter of volume and release, and she speaks of film as a temporal sculpture of pressure and releases. And I think this feels very in tune with how I think about my own process for this film, as editing as a way of holding tension and duration and thinking through rhythm. And creating a vocabulary through that, especially when understanding how a river is understood as volumes, as a pulse, as all of these other different ways of seeing and experiencing a river. So this is where I end. And again, like these two different films being very different films in relation to each other, but I wanted to bring them together just in cases to speak about the limits of representation, the struggle of articulating certain aspects of it, and how that struggle became the basis of the works themselves. So, thank you.
I love how we never planned this, but we both started our first slide with celestial bodies. So I thought I would start with this video that I made on a really random day in 2020. Shot on my phone. It was never made to be a work, but I've since returned to it a lot and thought about it a lot, so I'll play it first. So what you're seeing here is the reflection of a lamp in my room on the porch window, looking out to the horizon where the sun actually sets. And I remember this moment being very still and nothing was moving and the world wasn't moving at that time. And it's just me with my phone trying really hard also not to move to capture this moment. That was me trying to hold my breath so I don't move so much. And with this kind of minute 1 degree up and down, whole celestial bodies were moved. And I was very connected to this moment that I felt incredibly immense and incredibly delicate at the same time. And I've tried to reshoot it a few times with a real camera, and it never worked because I think the camera was too heavy. That was not able to move 0.5 degree, and also it was too high of a resolution. On this day, it was post-rain, very humid, everything was blurry, and my phone was blurry. And this combination of blurriness allowed me to see something very clearly. Which was this triangulation between infinity, which is on the horizon over there, and always moving away, and something very finite that's right in front of me, the glass, and me. And this very skinny, stretchy, and sensitive triangle that if I just move 1 point, the entire geometry changes. And only that this triangle is also a bit blurry because one of the points is splitting into 2 because the window has double panes of glass. So it reflects 2 suns, not 1. And I was really, I guess at that moment felt transported to somewhere far away. But even now when I look back, it's still something that made me imagine being in the world with a different, very different physics if we're under 2 suns, or more than 1 suns, and more than 1 center. And I guess I wanted to start with that video because on the one hand, my work has a lot to do with geometry that are becoming unstable and shaky. And I'm very drawn to volumes that has the ability to expand and collapse without changing its fundamental qualities. And the change happens based on the angle of the observer. and I will return to that a little more later. I'm also have been working with light, and I'm very kind of drawn to this particular kind of light that has already left its original source. So it's light that is bouncing between surfaces and kind of becoming thinner and thinner, rather than like the cone from the light cone from the sun or from a lamp. It's something that is waves that are becoming thinner. And I imagine using this kind of light string to tie to places and things to kind of draw connections. And I'm from Shenzhen. I took this picture from my home, but I've been for many years collecting these moments where you get suddenly blinded by the reflection of the sun in your eye. And I often think of this moment as a reminder of the cosmic condition that all of these incredible technological development happen within. But it's also a moment, the kind of moments that you can really kind of easily get out of engaging if you just look down or put on a hat or stand a little bit to the left or right. So I've been working with building my own buildings that bring that reflection and bring that residual sun closer to us and more kind of unavoidable. So this was a work that I showed recently at Parasite, and it's a second iteration of this kind of glass skyscraper, fragments of skyscrapers. And in this work, what suggests a skyscraper is kind of light to its side and cantilever from the wall, and positioned in a way that as you walk into the space, you're immediately blinded by this artificial sun, or more like a cold star, and attracts you a little bit as you move around the space. And once you kind of adjust your eyes a little bit and looked around, you would start to notice these little bits of objects that are spread across the top slope of the building. And I thought the process of, I guess, experiencing this work was that it first kind of sets up this clear, like rigid relationship between the viewer, the light, and the structure. And subsequently, these smaller bits of objects kind of come in and disrupt that relationship and become part of it. And these are objects that are kind of like food-like debris, parts of industrial fragments, but kind of in a very ambiguous scale. So I wanted to add this party into the relationship where this architecture that we can assume is for the human body is in fact not for us, but something else is occupying it. And their otherness reflects onto our otherness. And I wanted to kind of think about the limits of our body. And also that in the end, we share the same sun. A lot of my small objects, actually all of them, are kind of food, or they come from food. So here you're seeing things that looks a bit like eggshells, very thin, kind of dry noodles dancing around. I've been making these food objects that are kind of the most powerless things in front of us because they just lie in front of a plate that's expected to be consumed by us, but now they've become indigestible and permanently outside of the body and have access to spaces that we don't. And my work with food, I will start with, I'll play an excerpt of a video that is my most direct use of food. Okay, so this is the macaroni opera. It kind of grew out of two places. So I play with food a lot at home and in studio. And don't ask me why. One day I just decided I'll glue a string to a noodle, and I started kind of dipping it in and out of water, and it was squeaking on the glass cup that felt so helpless and hilarious at the same time that I had so much empathy with it. At the same time, I've been thinking a lot about my own experience living in the city and our shared experience of being in cities. So the macaroni is really inspired by the window cleaners that are dangled outside of high-rises that clean the exterior of buildings. And thinking about them doing this job that's so precarious and something that nobody will really do if you don't have to, but also being kind of in midair and like a bird, you can think whatever you want, you can say whatever you want to say and sing, and the freedom of that also. So I was thinking a lot about that with this work, kind of between being powerless and free at the same time. So this was shot with a dry noodle, started with a dry noodle. I had a hot cup of water underneath it, and dipping it in and out, it drags the water up the glass and wipes it down and kind of sings freely at the same time. And as it does its job of wiping the window, it also slowly gets cooked and becomes a cooked noodle. Yeah, I always think about the window cleaners. Growing up in Shenzhen, I see them outside my windows all the time. And from far away, they're like spiders, just a dot on a string. Sometimes they would just appear right outside of your window, and they're gigantic. And I've always, since very young, thought about scale as something that has to do with distance. And there's always a choice of how you want to see things and what you decide to see. And in my sculpture, I try to make this kind of zooming in and out of distance and lens focusing and refocusing a spatial experience. Often, like when you first encounter my sculptures, they are just something kind of blank, just a whatever shape thing that's kind of taking up an awkward amount of space. And if you choose to get closer to it and walk around and explore a bit, sometimes you might discover stuff that are of entirely different materials and scale that speaks a totally different language that kind of emerge from the periphery, if we can kind of define an edge of the work. So these objects are spread on the bottom of the sculpture, but also kind of blending into the floor. And I've been thinking about, I guess, the structure of my sculptures as something that creates the condition for very far away scales to align. And maybe at somewhere in between, we can kind of join them. So the places that are very far away and inaccessible to us, whether it's home in a different continent or another planet, and what's inside of our bodies is also inaccessible to us. Only the food can go in and travel into our bodies. So I wanted to, I guess I want those two places to somehow meet on the other end. And I've always feel like that, when I think about that, it feels like such an epic, long journey, that journey cannot be exposed halfway. Like it cannot be seen by us, because as soon as it's exposed to our eyes, then it gets sucked back to our perspective. And so I make spaces that are designed to shield and designed to kind of create safe passageways for these internal objects to pass through. And my rice balls and roachis, they also have the ability to kind of become part of the environment. They're chameleons, so they travel on the edge of these spaces. So this would be something that's in a much larger installation that you wouldn't really see until you go very close to it. I don't really know, I don't know what it does to other people, because I think a lot of these microscopic elements are made for myself. But when I do come to them, the shift in scales and shift in perspective is so drastic that I feel that I can become part of them. And when I zoom back out into the larger space, then I always feel like I'm not alone and that there's something else around. And those beings that are around in the back or outside my field of vision are doing things. They are at work, whether we see it or not. So this is in my most recent show. I built this large oval structure that immediately fills your field of vision as you walk into the space. And it continues to expand. And at some point, it kind of collapses into two-dimension. And you can walk further and it kind of bounces back to this mass. And what I wanted to do with this work, and I guess with all of my sculptures, is to have a certain mass that's so great that it begins to create its own gravity, and it concentrates all your attention to itself, so it diverts your attention away from all the other things that are happening. So in the show, there are small objects around, hiding around or spreading on the ground that feel like they could have longer time to just be and exist and potentially entirely missed. And in this structure, I cut 2 little apertures that you can look through. Into some tunnels. So this slit opens into 2 tunnels pointing towards the center of the structure, but at slightly different angles. And at the end of the tunnels, you're seeing 2 different spaces that are not connected, even though they are right above each other. And from another part of the structure, there's another opening that also points towards a similar center, but then you're seeing a sliver of a space that can't be easily connected to the rest of the space. And I've been thinking about these tunnels as providing access to the inside of this object that are instead refracted to somewhere else entirely. And you're seeing several different worlds in one blink of an eye. And I'm interested in this kind of vertical of coming in and out of these apertures that are clearly within one volume in a kind of clearly defined perimeters, but the different parts don't make up one full image. They don't come together as one whole story. And also thinking about the structure or mass that have somehow turned into a void. But then there's still possibilities for us to find holes and cracks in this black hole for worlds to emerge. This is one example of an object that hides inside the big sesame roll. The last piece I will just quickly speak about is this sculpture that are parked next to the black void, stacks of pancakes that are kind of stonified and impenetrable. And this is what you would see in the exhibition context, just this stack of pancakes. But it also has an interior chamber that remains closed most of the time. It's openable, but in the show, during the show, we don't open it, but we share the image of what's inside of the sculpture. So kind of like the larger installation, it also contains a world that's completely distinct from what it looks like from the outside. And these are, I won't go too much into it, but these cylinders are buttons. They are emergency buttons or nuclear buttons, and they multiply in this chamber, morphing into different shapes and size. Elongated and crumbling, all to confuse you, so it's harder to find the right button to press. And this chamber was really inspired by something that I've been thinking about for a long time, called a supracommunicande. It's a detector in Japan that was built inside of a mountain. And the size of a mountain. So this tank is usually filled with water and lined with gigantic light bulbs, if you can see, they're bigger than us. And all it does is to wait for one of the smallest particles in the world, called neutrino, to fly by. And neutrino is so small that it flies through space without touching anything else for a long time. So when you do see one, it potentially contains information from several Big Bangs before. And I've been thinking about these light bulbs as something that increases the possibility of seeing, so it increases visibility. And obviously my chamber has very different function. The buttons multiply also to increase possibility, in a way, the possibility of something bad not happening. Anyways, one of the things I wanted to do with these works is to confront something that has to be talked about in multiple different parts, and the different parts don't come together smoothly. They have abrupt gaps in between. And how do we kind of hold very different worlds in one thought, in one body, and there are signaling scales that are so different that they might never intersect. And all of these elements, in a way, exceed vision, right? The chambers are completely closed. And how do we think about something that we have no way to access? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you both so much, Solveig and Stella, for your presentations. Very nuanced and very deep. And they're very different to each other, but deeply resonant in their approaches to sort of perception and mediation. We're really moving in the meta a lot. So let's in this conversation, I'll try and flesh it out a little bit, so we can bring it back into the space. To summarize, in Solveig's presentation, questions of visibility, memory, and geopolitical history unfolding through moving image, family archive, and environmental transformation, where infrastructures of power often become or perceptible indirectly through atmosphere, displacement, residue, infrastructure, narration itself. And then Stella, in your work, sort of materiality seems to operate almost as a threshold between the sensorial and the metaphysical. So objects, textures, spatial relations becoming carriers for other forms that exceed sort of straightforward understanding. And I'm using understanding because it sort of has a it needs mental or intellectual understanding as opposed to sort of sensing or perception. I'd love now to open up with a question together. So beginning perhaps with perception itself and the relationship between visibility, opacity, and forms of sensing. So beginning with perception very broadly, both of your practices seem interested in things that are sensed before they're fully understood, fully grasped. So atmospheres, residues, environmental shifts, voids, uncertainties, and intuitive recognitions. So like you also mentioned behind this scenes noticing. Could you each speak about where perception becomes unstable within your work, and where meaning sort of resists immediately settling into anything, so that we stay in the realm of sense and perception?
Yeah, I could maybe, yeah, I think, yeah, I think for example, even though even just speaking about little grass, right? And how lenses and optics was really a medium that I was working with, not only technically, but also historically, and as also a way to relate to my mother, right? And I think it was also a way for us to cross a lot of times and spaces together. And I think that kind of having the lens there and not it being ambiguous kept us in this way of relating to each other and our shifting relationship because of it. So I think like there was a lot of trying to stay with a lot of ambiguity and a lot of not knowing on both ends, and also embracing the kind of sensorial in the way that, like, I think, again, like, because of the historical void, there was a lot of emphasis for me to try to understand what was shrouding these optical technologies around of it. Like, so how was this power from these technologies felt in our relationship, whether it was through anxiety, whether it's through not only the silences, but also paranoia, also living with, all of these things, I think, was something that I felt like I had to take time to really attune with and reconcile as part of that history. So yeah, and I think, again, like for the other film, sensing, perception, I mean, these are all realms that, you know, like so many different actors that I was looking at regarding the politics of the Mekong and the changing river. Everyone was looking at the same river, but in such different ways and through such different mediums. And I think this is where a lot of the power came in, was how someone was able to articulate and what these articulations, like what kind of larger processes these were part of, right? And I think this constant push and pull of knowing, not knowing, was where the negotiation kept happening. At least in the institutions I was observing or the workshops I was observing, this was the kind of processes that I was trying to follow as well. So I guess that was also an important space within that, is to understand that nothing is certain, especially within current conditions. So, yeah.
Thank you. Stella. What's the question? I guess one thing I was thinking about is I kind of avoid language. I work in kind of a purely no language way in my studio. I kind of work more directly with space and form. And so, I mean, there's a lot of opacity in my work, but I think that it's something that I kind of have it built in, because the work is also opaque to me in a way, because I can't ever have very clear words for exactly what I'm doing, and every moment of working in the studio or like putting together a work or even looking is through several layers of kind of pushing through abstraction that also always arrive back in or like firmly within abstraction. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. Absolutely. I'll just dig in a little bit more, because it can feel, you know, seeing your works and just hearing you how you speak about them, you're sort of almost operating possibly simultaneously, sort of between sculptural objects and the essence. And when we had a phone call, it was so beautiful because the way you spoke about the objects and their spirits and their sense of belonging. So what we see is seemingly, as you say, what you called it, what did you just call it? In just now in the conversation, when you look at a sculpture, it's not bland, but what was the word you used? No, you used
Oh,
it.
just blank.
Blank, not blank, yes. But then a lot of things unfold in the details. So could you speak about the relationality to objects, or even your relation to objects?
Yeah, I think it's a lot about like what you're saying about feelings and the kind of I don't know, aura is a weird word, or like always feeling like I guess I think a lot about surfaces, and I often feel like we live in the way we engage with the world has a kind of fake smoothness and calmness to it, but actually a lot of things are happening underneath it. It's very volatile. And in my work, I'm trying to make that something that I can see, I guess, that things are happening sort of underneath the surface continuously without visible sound, without things that we can hear, and without kind of actually moving. And I guess the objects or the kind of landscapes that I built in spaces that sometimes you don't see at all, and sometimes it's very hard to see, but they're all kind of objects or compositions of little bits of things that are coming together pretty precariously, and they're all always still. They're not moving or organic in any way. They're all kind of synthetic materials. But I'm searching for some way for them to come together to kind of gain a sense of life that can only really be, unfortunately, projected, but it is also not really projected, because we know atoms are moving and waves are exchanging. And so there's something about this kind of dead life that I'm searching for in unmoving things, which is, I think, my relationship to objects, and to kind of feel that maybe a sort of like a buzz, but that can't actually be seen. It can only be felt.
Yeah. You said something really nice, sort of concluding the sort of practice or process of one of your works just now, which is to find cracks in black holes for new worlds to emerge. It's really beautiful. Coming back to you, so saying that, constantly holding the balance of there's this tension between the intimate, the personal, and the geopolitical, between documentation and atmosphere as well. And in your presentation, you said, you personally, maybe that was more of a personal perception, as you came to the conclusion that a lot will remain unknown. And just now you said, sitting in uncertainty. So from a sort of artistic perspective, or as a filmmaker, that is visual to the spectator, to the audience. How do you sort of sit with that? Is that also the conclusion that you want us to have, that you have felt personally?
That experience of that uncertainty or the tension.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, so when I was doing Little Grass, I guess the film itself is kind of carried along by that question, right? And that change and that dynamic. And with the other one, I was just so tired of also language, and I just didn't want to do a voiceover. I also wanted to have more, again, this kind of sensorial vocabulary that I was trying to construct through a lot of the scenes, the footage, the kind of ways that I was trying to bring together these archival images. And again, filmmaking for me is such a process of holding questions and asking questions, and I do want to bring people in with that and not foreclose things for people outright. So definitely want to suspend people with a certain type of feeling to have their own sets of questions. Yeah, and I think a lot of my work does tend to feel quite slower, and therefore also demand a certain type of attentiveness too from the audience. And maybe beyond just the audience, I think the process of filmmaking is such a kind of rich process of attention, right? And I think every step of the way, it's like the people who I collaborate with or participate the filming process with as well, is we're always in like questions of uncertainty and suspension and negotiation and being a particular constellation with each other. And, you know, each person, like filmmaking is also such an embodied act, right? So you have to be so aware of yourself in relation to a space, and you know, and so yeah, that tension is present kind of every step of the way, and it's an interesting one to kind of keep thinking through.
Yeah, for sure. I think hearing both of you speak about your work and having discussed sort of different modes of attention, I was thinking about the definition of being attentive.
Yeah.
And that is like more actively paying attention with focus and consideration. But Stella, when you started your presentation, it was sort of such a delicate moment of looking at something that is sort of a reflection of the space within and outside. It struck me as more observant, so sort of naturally noticing details and patterns and changes that others might miss. So coming back to, you know, filmmaking, understanding this is out in the world, but also you've mentioned in your presentation, you know, you don't know how others perceive your objects, but your sort of own relationship with them. Coming back to attention and other people perceiving your work, especially in this sort of, you know, increasingly accelerated and extracted context that we live in. Do you have are there any sort of, do you ask anything from the viewers that sort of see your work? Or is it just for yourself? Because there are also worlds in your work that is for nobody, but you know that it's there.
I don't think I ask anything from my viewer. I feel like most of my work is made for myself. So it's not really, people just happen to be there. But I do think my work asks a lot from the viewer also, because you have to go through a lot of, it's not easy to engage with physically. So you have to like bend down really low, you have to lie down, you have to jump in order to see anything if you want to. So also ask a lot from the viewer, but that's not, I think it's not for me. If that makes, yeah, and these can all coexist as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Are there any more comments on what we've just discussed now before we hand over to the audience for more questions? If I've left out anything, or there's any other thoughts you want to add? Then we'll open up to the audience for more questions.
Thank you for organizing this. Can you hear me? Is this working?
Yeah.
So this is a question for Sol. So I have seen your works for like several times, but before it was mainly about infrastructure, and mainly it was quite let's say calm, like long shots, and I kind of is asking me for like patience more. Yeah, so this is the first time, like we just like go a little bit peek into the little grass. But I find it's so different. Yeah, I just want to know more out of curiosity, like what's the transition is like, and how does it feel? Yeah, like including some very intimate relationships, and also you are using this family clue to kind of digging into several different layers of archive, your family archive, but also like the state infrastructure. Yeah, but kind of for me, it's just like feels so different from the other works.
What can you articulate a little bit the difference?
It feels it also very different from your facial expression. Like when you are like reading the transcript, like on the other shows, like you all have like a calm face, facial expression, but then when you are like looking at your mom, it just there's so much affection there. Yeah, and also similar for me. Yeah. Kind of like, you know, it's charged with, I guess it's also because there's something that, because of the NDA, yeah, because of the always missing part.
Yeah.
But then this person is there talking to you.
Yeah.
That kind of contrast, and I can feel the relation has been entangled there. I guess I missed this morning's part, but I guess the care and affection is so much there. Yeah, kind of for me is like in your other works, I sometimes feel you more like a neutral researcher. Sometimes you have the critical voice or like the vision, but like this time I feel there's much more vulnerability there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for noticing that. I think it's, again, like, I think I was doing a lot of work on infrastructure, as you said, and it was definitely still drawn by a lot of interest, but I guess during the pandemic, I just took a bit of time to try to understand why, you know, like what I think also, especially with the Mekong, you know, film that was a little bit further out from my comfort zone in terms of location, I wanted to understand what is my very personal relationship to this topic at hand. And then I was kind of thinking I should actually look at this history that has been staring at me in my face for my whole life, and definitely informed a lot that I was looking into. And I just wanted to look at it directly. And I think that was the kind of premise of me wanting to dig into this. At first, very technical history. You know, I was like still very like pigeonholed into wanting to understand what were the things that she was actually working on. And I think it took such a long time, this film, because I didn't know where it was going to take me. And I had a very particular idea in the beginning, but it totally transformed by the end. I think because of my mother's reluctance and because of my need to accept that, you know, and respect that. And my total, you know, like, I don't know, like naivety going in there and that questioning of her, you know, and subjecting her to all these different ways of, you know, narrating when, you know, that wasn't the point. And so, yeah, I think that film in particular was very transformative for me as a process. And again, like the final result was completely different to what I thought. So, yeah, and of course, like I'm very close to my mother, and that changed our relationship up and down throughout. You know, it was really a hard process. And it was a very hard process for me to return to that and actually write the script for my voiceover, because I was like, what is my voice in relation to that, you know? And again, like me and my mother, we're very close, but we're very different. So like she was actually brilliant in front of the camera. She's very like spontaneous and talking and recollecting and speaking about certain things. And I'm someone who's quite a lot more controlled, you know? And like I'm not that good in front of the camera, actually. I'm good behind the camera. And so, like, yeah, working with that, and so this kind of push and pull dynamic of that film was why it was so different. And yeah, I think that kind of opened up a lot for me as a filmmaker to try to think about different ways of doing films too. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a little bit random question because I would like to know like how do you see yourself in your work? Because I have been following your work and your exhibition for a while, and in your Instagram bio and website, you mention yourself like 一粒中底, like I don't know how to say the 一粒. The 粒 is like a small particles or something in English. And you also mentioned that like you're very interested in this kind of particle detectors and neutrons, and also in your work, like you use a lot of like very small, tiny stuff as like that's blending in your background. So I'm curious, like to know how do you see yourself in your work, considering like you say you make this work for yourself and you play with the scale a lot.
Yeah, what is 一粒? Yeah, what is like a dot? Yeah, like a bit. Like a grain. A grain, yeah. No, I think, thank you for your question. I think my work is a lot about smallness, and the smallness relationship to monumentality. And I often think of myself as one grain, and I think monumental things are accumulation of small bits. So I guess my position in my work is just one of the little bits you see, and I really feel very, very close to them, and quite powerful also, because they're often in really inconvenient places that kind of can't be wiped away. They're not like, they don't dissolve, and yeah, I feel, yeah, it's very personal. And I do stand by like what I say. I think I make all my work for myself, so I create these environments to kind of explore as one of the bits. Kiki had a question.
Thank you very much for this panel of artists, filmmakers, and also I found Michelle's comments and response very thought-provoking as well. Just follow up from your question about the scale. So my question actually is about the scale. Because one of you talked about infrastructure, a system that's much bigger beyond us, and the other one is on the smallness in relation to human. I wonder how you respond to the question on your own position in relation to the subjects or things that you observe, and what kind of attention is requested because of different scale.
Yeah, I think like, again, I think I'm gonna build on, again, like the process of filmmaking, and because it's just also, sometimes I just limit myself to a camera and going to particular places, building relationships, and then collaborating, and then rewatching and looping and looping and looping, and then editing, and then but I think it's this, you know, being in situ in a place, and filming, and also thinking about these larger questions, and how you can actually pragmatically translate them into different aesthetic language. I think that for me is already a very embodied and positioned act, and a way of dealing with these larger scales in a very particular way. Yeah, I think I think there's also like a reason why there's such a long legacy with documentary filmmaking that is so participatory, whether it's thinking about like socialist USSR filmmaking to Maoist filmmaking, you know, documentary was always something that really ignites people into different ways of collaborating and action. And so I like thinking about it in that kind of way. And again, like how it's embedded within all these larger processes. Does that answer your question?
Thank you so much. We're about to conclude, if that's okay. We have some time afterwards if you have any more questions that you want to ask in private, but I want to thank Solveig and Stella for your time and your generous sharing. And I also want to thank you because you're such an engaged audience. It's really a joy. So thank you very much. We also are taking a 15-minute break now, and then we'll have our second keynote, which is the last conversation.
Hi, welcome back. So now this is the last segment of today's program, our second keynote speech by Dr. Wu. So I'll just introduce to you. Yves Citton is an artist who is one half of the Hong Kong-based collaborative duo Zheng Mother with anthropologist Daisy Bielnik. Their works examine relational networks between nature and technology, along with the modern human geographies and the environmental architectures they produce. As a solo artist in the collective Zheng Mother, he has held solo exhibitions at the Johann Jacobs Museum and PhD group, and participated in group exhibitions in the Taiwan Biennial, Hamburg Museum, Los Angeles, and the Shanghai Biennial. He completed his PhD at the School of Creative Media at the City University of Hong Kong, and currently lives on Lentor Island with his family and 3 cats. Now let's welcome Royce.
Thank you so much to the Asymmetry team, Winnie, Jessica, and Michelle for inviting me here all the way from Hong Kong to speak. It's a great privilege. I realize it's the end of a long day of very engaging talks, but I'm very happy to be speaking last because I feel like the presentation I will give connects to a lot of the presentations which have been done today. But from a very different perspective. So, but I feel like through the course of the whole day, I've listened to and observed these different approaches to the same question and circulating around this idea of attention. So it's been a very touching experience. So this lecture will be slightly bifurcated. It's in 2 parts. And the first part is entitled Contemplative Technologies, and it's essentially a version of my PhD defense. And the second part is entitled Animal Embodiment, and that is maybe a more conventional artist talk. I'm describing the genesis and the interrelation of the piece that I did with my collaborator Daisy Bielnik as the collective Zheng Mala, entitled What Is It Like to Be a Virtual Bat? And I guess I hope that this talk is interesting in illuminating, as Chantal mentioned, these like manifold, multiple personalities that a lot of artists have to adopt, and how research or working as an academic in a very different mode feeds into, at least in our case, artworks, which kind of hopefully break free from that positivism. I could also mention that originally, Asymmetry invited us to speak in February on the topic of in their lecture series on psychedelic reason, but we weren't able to make it. So it was very kind of them to invite us here now. And we had produced and did a little bit of work on psychedelics and its relationship with different technologies. And that was the catalyst for me to do a PhD. Originally, I approached School of Creative Media about doing research on psychedelics and technology, specifically virtual reality and psychedelics, and they said, well, maybe, but you're not going to be able to mention the word psychedelics. It's psychedelics, psilocybin, LSD is illegal in Hong Kong. So basically, I had to find a way to research the same topic, but to try to reverse engineer something which was palatable to academia, to the academic institution. And what I ended up doing was breaking down the topic to its fundamental component, which I located in the relationship between virtual reality and altered states of consciousness. And so if psychedelics produce one altered state of consciousness, then perhaps I could substitute that for another one. And I decided to focus on meditation. So the following presentation is basically about my PhD research on VR-based meditation systems. The other thing to mention, I think, is through a series of chance circumstances, I ended up with a PhD supervisor who was a physicist. And I probably went into this research thinking I was going to do a straight humanities kind of thesis and contextualizing it in art and French theory or whatever. But the minute I had the first meeting with my supervisor, Professor Alvaro Casanelli, he was very much coming at the topic, which was immensely fascinating to him, but he was viewing it through the prism of science and his physics training. So as a result of that, the research I did took a much more positivistic scientific tone. And this is for someone who had never read a science paper up to this point. So it was an immense challenge for me, but ultimately a rewarding one. So part one, contemplative technologies. So basically for the past 20, 25 years or so, psychologists, human-computer interaction specialists, some neuroscientists, some computer scientists have been doing research using virtual reality to simulate the meditative experience. And it's been found in this research that simulating contemplative practices like mindfulness has been quite effective for reducing anxiety in individuals, stress, but it's also been used in the context of PTSD, helping people overcome trauma, as well as addiction. And this, as I mentioned, I kind of arbitrarily locked onto this topic, and I started to delve into the literature, the scientific literature, and it was incredibly interesting to me because there is, at least from a superficial perspective, there is no obvious relationship between meditation and virtual reality. And if there was, I guess that's what pulled me into this kind of body of research to try and discover what connections there might be. So I identified a few basic kind of questions which guided my research. One, as I just mentioned, was what are the cultural and historical resonances between traditional meditation practices and the technology of virtual reality, which has made it interesting and useful for researchers for over 2 decades. Are these treatments actually rigorous and scientific? Are they effective? And lastly, is there a kind of theoretical framework, whether a more humanistic one or a scientific one through which we can understand this interrelation, the concatenation of this technology with these millennia-old contemplative practices. So, before I had to do this, and this is maybe a slightly painful, I'm going through a step-by-step breakdown of the intellectual process I went to approach this question and make it the topic of my PhD research. I understand what virtual reality is, particularly its usefulness for scientists. So virtual reality, as probably most of you know, is a 3D visualization system, which is presented in 360 degrees. So it's immersive. But what's particularly useful for scientists, psychologists, and this whole range of researchers is that there is a particular, very specific psychological phenomenon which occurs when participants use virtual reality. And this is the phenomena of virtual presence. Virtual presence is essentially the sense of being in a place in which you are not physically present. Or another way of thinking of it is that you have a psychological and physiological measurable response to a virtual environment presented to you, which you cognitively and intellectually know is not real. So there's something really, really interesting, and that's the crux of why it's useful for these researchers, that you can have bodily, emotional, psychological responses to something that cognitively you know is fake. No one puts on a VR headset and thinks they are in another world. There's the whole kind of artifice of it. But the body always responds as if it is, or quite often it does. So a simple example of this is, any of you have played virtual reality games or tried any of these simulations. The most common one is like being on a roller coaster. And it's obviously fake, it's a 360 video. But people, you've probably seen videos on YouTube of these people like flailing all over the place and screaming, responding emotionally to something that they know is not real. And that is the phenomenon of presence. Okay, so what is meditation? So that's a huge topic. That was the one which really stuck me for a whole year. So there's a lot of scientific, and again, my supervisor was a scientist. So I wasn't drawing on the immense kind of humanities literature and theory about meditation. I was going into the scientific literature. So basically, in a lot of this work, meditation has been, this kind of officially accepted definition, a family of complex emotional and attentional regulatory training regimes developed for various ends, including the cultivation of well-being and emotional balance. So that's a very generic, maybe it's something intelligible to everyone, we understand what that means by meditation, but specifically, what is it? Like it's a bodily practice, but it's quite nebulous, and how do we relate that to tradition itself? So there are, broadly speaking, two forms of meditation. One is open monitoring, and the other one is focused attention. Open monitoring is also known as deconstructive meditation because it's about deconstructing cognitive processes, entering into a state of, let's say, Zen-like relaxation. It's associated with practices you may be familiar with, like mindfulness, vipassana, Zen, loving-kindness meditation. It's an objectless meditation, and it's basically about looking inside. It's about the self-reflexive, conditioned attention and monitoring to the present moment. The other type of meditation is focused attention. And so this is a type of meditation associated with Tibetan deity yoga, Pure Land, Tibetan Tonglen, single point focus meditation, which is much more about aroused states. It's about focusing on specific mental images or even physical objects like paintings and statues. And it's known as a constructive form of meditation. So you're kind of building something up. It's not about clearing the mind, it's about like taking all your cognitive resources and focusing on specific objects in order to enter into another meditative state. So from my reading, that's the kind of understanding I gathered about the way meditation is understood from this broadly scientific perspective. So what about, this is like my PhD supervisor on my shoulder, like going, but you need to go further. You need to understand like how it actually affects the brain. I thought, isn't that enough? No, it's not enough. You need to go into neuroscience. And so one of the dominant theories for understanding the brain, the cognitive function of the brain at the moment, is a theory called predictive processing. And it's also being used to understand the effects of virtual reality and meditation on the body. So what is predictive processing? So predictive processing kind of turns our understanding of the brain on its head, or like cognitive processes and how we engage with the sensory world, and it reverses this. So the conventional understanding would be, I use my senses, my eyes, my ears, and I take in all this data, this information from the world, and then I process it with my brain, and then as a result of that, I make actions or I speak. So it's like what they would call a bottom-up process. Predictive processing flips that around and argues and proposes that cognition is a top-down process, that we don't actually experience the world. We experience predictive models of the world, that we live in a kind of predictive virtual reality in our brain, and that basically we have a model built up from prior experience, and when we engage with the world, we're looking for something called prediction error. So the difference between the world as we conceive it in our brain and the world as it is. And we're looking for that difference and trying to minimize the differential. So how do we, according to this theory, how do you minimize that differential? It's called prediction error. Basically, you can, it comes down to action and perception, so active inference and passive inference. So let's use the example. If I walk into this room, basically, I don't need to observe every single detail in this room to understand that this is a lecture theatre. I have been into thousands of lecture theatres. I feel, my brain recognizes a few pertinent details, and then it just taps into the pre-existing model of what lecture theatres look like. Like if you took me out of here and you asked me what color are the curtains, I probably wouldn't be able to remember because I didn't look at them clearly. I was just relying on pre-existing knowledge. But what if I walk into this room and there's an open window and a pigeon on one of the desks? Now that doesn't fit into my mental model of lecture theatres. And so that's a prediction error. My brain is basically going, something's wrong. My model and the world, there's a clash. So there's two things you could do. One is alter your perception, alter your mental model. So I could alter my model of lecture theatres to say that all lecture theatres contain pigeons with open windows. But that's not very efficient and probably not very accurate. The other thing I could do is maybe walk over to that, I could walk over to that pigeon, open the window and shoot out the window and realize that, and then I can maintain my pre-existing model of lecture theatres. So this is like the essence of predictive processing, a theory, a neuroscientific theory of how we experience the world. And it's incredibly, because it's based on prediction, you can use mathematics to kind of quantify it. It's basically, you can make quantitative predictions. So this is a very famous image used to kind of illustrate this theory. I think probably all of us, because a lot of us are artists or curators or arts workers, you can probably see, can everyone see what is in the image at the bottom? Yeah, I think those do. But to a lay audience, often like scientists show this image and they see a bunch of dots, random blobs. And only when they're prompted that they generate that there's a dog in this image, suddenly the mental model of dog is like triggered, stimulated. So hopefully that's a reasonably clear explanation for predictive processing. So how does predictive processing relate to the function of virtual reality? How does that explain why virtual reality is effective? So similarly, I think you could, virtual reality as a technology, I often get this as almost a dead technology, and it's died multiple lives. Like it came out in the 1990s, and it went away, came back in the mid-2010s, and now it's kind of got away with it, along with the metaverse and all of other Mark Zuckerberg's dreams. But again, it is being in continuous use by scientists, and why is it effective for them? Following the theory of predictive processing. Well, similarly, when you put on a virtual reality headset and you're thrown into this immersive 360-degree environment, the graphics are actually quite crap, especially in the 1990s. But even to now, even with like having access to game engines and everything, no one is mistaking this for reality when they put in a virtual reality headset. But in the same way, if I walk into this room, I'm not observing everything in the room. I'm taking a few impertinent cues and then just triggering the mental model that I have, the predictive mental model I have in my brain of the environment. With virtual reality, all you need is these really simple cues. It doesn't matter if the graphics have really high fidelity. It can be really shitty, and still people will have that pre-existing model or whatever environment is presented to them. And as I mentioned, this phenomenon of presence in virtual reality, they'll be triggered. So another classic experiment in virtual reality is the kind of virtual plank experiment where you go into a room and there's a huge hole in the ground, a virtual hole, and there's a plank, then you have to kind of walk across it. And people are like, wobbling, and people with any kind of fear of heights, you can measure their increase in heart rate and perspiration. So that's basically the way predictive processing is used to explain why virtual reality is effective. That we can't, according to the theory, and there are many people arguing against it, we live in a kind of virtual reality. We don't experience the world. We're not overwhelmed by this bombardment of sensory information. We're living in a mental model, predictive mental model of the world, which we navigate. And only when there are things, stimuli presented to us which differ from that model, do we act or perceive to accommodate those differences. So another element, which is in the theory of predictive processing, which is relevant to the themes of this symposium, is attention is very important in the theory of predictive processing. So there's a thing called precision weighting. Basically, how much the percentage of accuracy you will accord to the environment in which you enter or the stimuli you're presented with. So in environments, I'm using an example because I'm an artist and we're kind of in artistic context. I'm using this example. So if you go into a darkened gallery space, basically you're going into an environment where you can't see very well and you're kind of destabilized. It's an environment with high percentage possible that there's going to be a high rate of prediction error. And you're going to, it's not clear. And so that means your attention levels increase as a result of that. So you're basically paying more attention to the environment because it's it's an environment with a high rate of prediction error. Conversely, if you enter into a white cube, it's very clear, it's clear as day. And so you actually engage with it less. You have low attention to that environment. So I thought that was an interesting to throw in, element of the predictive processing theory to throw in. Okay, so the next part is how does predictive processing explain meditation? So relatively recent research in 2021, and there's been subsequent developments in this, have applied predictive processing to meditative practices. And Lekonen and Slaughter, they basically made this diagram. So what they argue is that meditation, and it needs to be qualified that only specific meditative techniques are essentially a process of breaking down the predictive models. So in like a kind of layman's terms, if any of you have practiced meditation, it's about trying to shut down the constant stream of thoughts, the constant stream of predictions, like about the future that we're kind of bombarded. That is our consciousness, at least for me, and maybe some of you. And to try to live in the moment, to pay attention to the present moment, a self-reflexive engagement with the crystalline moment of the present and reality. And so, as counterfactual depth increases, so prediction errors increase, meditative depth decreases. So that you're being thrown out of the meditative state. But as you like shut down those like instinctual processes of prediction in the brain, and you become more and more present in the moment, the depth of your meditative experience increases. So this is one of the proposed models through which neuroscientists are proposing that predictive processing can be used to explain the effects of meditation. But what I identified here was that there is a fundamental paradox in this. So if the efficacy of VR is predicated on an increase in high-level predictive modeling, while meditation decreases its predictive depth, there is an inherent contradiction between the technological affordances of VR and the psychophysiological effects of meditation. In other words, if VR is understood as a 3D visualization system, which is, you have to have your eyes open to put on a VR headset. And there's stimulus. You're being bombarded with this immersive stimulus. It's an arousing system. You need to be focused on the environment. So that's what VR does to you. It goes in one direction. But the argument for meditation is going in another direction. You're trying to break down those predictive processes. And that's particularly the case with the types of meditative practices which are usually being simulated in these VR meditation systems. So particularly mindfulness, vipassana, Zen, all of these open monitoring meditative techniques. It's all about, as I mentioned, being in the present moment, trying to shut down, break down the predictive faculties of the brain. But VR accentuates that, accelerates that. So why, in other words, why should this be effective at all if the fundamental affordances of the technology contradict with the meditative practices themselves? I think, so what I came to the conclusion I came to was that the problem lies in the overemphasis on these deconstructive open monitoring types of meditation. And it's kind of fashionable. Like there's probably a mindfulness, like Zen kind of retreat in every city in the world now. It's a part of the whole wellness movement. And so it's kind of the easiest meditative technique at hand that scientists will use when they develop these systems. But what I argue is that the effectiveness of these VR meditation systems is kind of obvious. It's based on the stimuli presented. They're visualization systems. They're immersive VR, immersive 360-degree visualization systems, which overwhelm the user with all this stimuli, and then, though, perhaps, bring them into some kind of meditative state. So, Lekonen and Slachter themselves, in a kind of footnote in their paper, propose that constructive meditations, these focused meditation techniques involving visualization, increase predictive processing, and they also propose that it offers perhaps a more appropriate model for understanding the effectiveness of these VR-based meditation systems. So, what are some examples of the techniques used in constructive focused attention meditation practices. So one of the most foundational are those found in esoteric Buddhism. So we're passing things down, we're kind of exploding things further and further. So let's look into these constructive visualization techniques. So both Pure Land Buddhism and Vajrayana Buddhism, also known as Tibetan Buddhism, also known as esoteric Buddhism, use visualization techniques extensively. If any of you have, probably any of you who are based in Asia or will be familiar with Pure Land and like people holding having the kind of beads and reciting Namo Ani Tofo, Namo Ani Tofo, this kind of thing. And but a part of that is actually, if you recite it enough times, you'll get a visualization of the Pure Land of the Western Paradise of Sukhavati. There's like there will be a moment of kind of revelation where it will be revealed to you, and hence there is all this like rich iconographical representation of this. It's used as a meditation aid. Similarly, in Vajrayana Buddhism, visualization is incredibly important. In fact, it's the dominant primary technique that is used. So as a part of my research, I joined a Tibetan meditation community in Hong Kong. And I've done meditation before, like Zen, mindfulness, and this was like qualitatively different from any meditation practice I'd ever engaged in. So basically, you get into a room and there will be a monk and he'll be reciting incredibly detailed kind of sadhana, which is kind of mantra, kind of a prayer. But this prayer is basically a 3-hour detailed instruction of what you need to visualize. And so you go through that, and it takes the monk most of his career to like memorize this and go through the embodied practice of it. And so you're in this group, and you're all just chanting and trying to follow up. You get these little prayer books, and you're trying to follow his visualizations at the same time, like chanting them at the same time, trying to picture each image in your mind's eye. And there's a really interesting kind of technique to this, in that you're all familiar with the mandala and the tradition of tankas in Tibetan painting. What these are visual aids for meditation. And so, for example, mandala, what you're doing, well, the function of it is to actually visualize the iconography, starting from the outside of the mandala, move in a centrifugal pattern through the layers. And if you actually look closely, that basically it's a landscape seen from above. And you see a kind of temple and a charnel ground, and then the central temple, and at the center of that temple is a deity. And you spend years visualizing and memorizing and embodying every single cosmological, iconographical detail about this scene presented before you. And the ultimate goal, the central visualization, is to imagine yourself becoming the deity. The deity pictures you. You imagine your body transforming into the body of the deity. And it's such a rigorous, intensive process that lasts for years that it's an embodied image, which is so strong that some meditators, experienced meditators, have a kind of phantom body syndrome. So there's a famous story of one monk who had visualized himself becoming a wrathful deity, which had horns. And it was so intense that when he walked through doorways, he'd duck his head because the horns might hit the door arch. And then you go through the opposite process. You deconstruct, dematerialize the visualization. You dissolve it into nothingness, which will also take a commensurate period of time. And the ultimate goal of this is to realize these like fundamental precepts of Buddhism, like Pratitya Samutpada, like the doctrine of non-self, that reality doesn't exist. by going through this process of embodying and disembodying your own body and coming to this like true kind of understanding that reality is an illusion. So yeah, visual aids are used for these purposes, mandala, painting, sculptures, but also environments themselves are used. So there are early, so probably a lot of you are familiar with the Dunhua, the Buddhist grottos in Dunhua, and that these are essentially scholars have identified they're meditation chambers. And the reason why they're covered in these murals is their meditation aids. So the monk would go into there and just basically sit there in darkness, maybe with a single candle, and just use all the images to enter into these trance-like meditative states and go through these processes of extensive, intensive mental visualization. So, my conclusion. I argue that these constructive meditation styles involving visualization might offer more productive models for the design of VR-based meditation systems. So we're going to come back to science, these practices also rely upon and accelerate the predictive complexity, which aligns with the functional mechanisms of virtual reality technology itself. So it's an insight and proposal that these type of practices, these visualization-based focused attention practices, might provide more appropriate models for the design of VR-based meditation systems in the future. And yet, it still didn't answer the kind of fundamental question which I went into the research with, which was, as I mentioned, the final goal of these meditation practices is enlightenment. It's a soteriological kind of doctrine, a doctrine of salvation, spiritual salvation. If that's what these practices come from, the deeply embodied, like religious traditions, millennia old, how does virtual reality simulate enlightenment? So what I proposed is that the concepts of awe and sublime, understood in the field of psychology, offer a framework through which to understand the soteriological possibilities of VR-based meditation systems. So the way awe and sublime is formalized or formulated in psychology is that it's characterized by a sense of vastness, and that it's something that it's an experience that requires cognitive accommodation. So, and it has a debt to like Kantian conceptions of sublime here, that when beauty is kind of assimilable by the human body, like a vase, a flower vase, or a beautiful bouquet, that's beauty. But if you walk into the Carpathian Mountains and see the vista of the mountains, which completely overwhelms you, that's the sublime. And so these are the two characteristics that psychologists have define. The second being, you need to adjust somewhat using a different vocabulary, your mental model to accommodate it, this experience. So what I argue is that a unique feature of awe and the sublime is that it can be operationalized with a clinical environment while preserving the religious and cultural frameworks which render them powerful and intelligible in the first place. So in other words, it's not simulating enlightenment. You're not like experiencing one of these systems with a guaranteed 100% like surefire, quick path to enlightenment. It's simulating the possible conditions using landscapes characterized by vastness, but also imaginary, creative, cosmological, fantastical landscapes conjured in virtual reality, which require cognitive accommodation. The things that don't correspond to our predictive models, the way we experience the world. So, again, using the vocabulary of predictive processing, virtual reality is able to increase cognitive prediction errors to the point at which our mental models of the world break down. At the limits of rationality, the mystical experience begins. And this is my adaptation of Lakonen and Slachter's diagram for understanding how virtual reality and meditation work. Essentially, it kind of flips it on its head. You start by establishing a sense of presence in the virtual environment. So you need to start with like the example of the lecture theatre, or simulating something which your body identifies as something real. So you need to be grounded in reality in order to set the conditions for this fundamental sense of presence in the space. But then, as you increase the visual complexity of the environment and its scale, you start to break down that sense of presence and also your attachment to the mental model of the world that you have. And you need to fundamentally accommodate this vista presented before you until ultimately perhaps you'll reach a state of like non-selfhood, of absence. So from presence to absence. So in a simple way, what I'm arguing is visualization-based practices are more effective models for the design of these systems, which align with the technological affordances of VR. By generating feelings of awe, virtual reality can create the conditions for states of subjective psycho-spiritual transformation to happen without trying to simulate the soteriological experience itself. And so there was a practical component to my research, which was to create a system like this, based on my own experiences and research into Tibetan visualization practices. And in this, I also used EEG to create like a direct response between brain patterns and arousal and the appearance of the various mental images. But I'm not going to talk about that today. Part 2, animal embodiment. So at the same time that I was doing this PhD research, this very academic, very rational research, I was also practicing as an artist and getting commissions to do artworks. I worked with my partner, Daisy Bisnix, who's trained in anthropology and anthrozoology, and we got a commission in 2022 by a German institution, and at the time it was the height of the pandemic, and also we were stuck in Hong Kong, and we didn't really know what to do. And our response was to make work about our environment, about where we live. So we live on Lantau Island, which is an island in Hong Kong. If you've ever been to Hong Kong, or those of you from Hong Kong, you know that one side is the airport, but the other side is quite rural. So there's tropical beaches and hiking trails, and it's quite wild. It's also has an amazing biodiversity. And in Daisy's research, she had been studying the populations of wild water buffalo on Lantau Island in the past 10 years. And so we got a prior permission to do work, and we decided to make a work about the wild water buffalo on Lantau Island and approach that from the perspective of the sonic experience of landscape. And then we got this commission, as I mentioned, from the German institution, and we kind of felt like we want to continue this line of work. But we decided to focus on a different species, the bats that live on Lantau Island, particularly the bats that live in our village. So our village is inaccessible by car, so we have to ride a bicycle on these village paths, and bats fly past our face every evening. And two kind of insights came together to form the basis of this work. Part of it which derived from my PhD research, and the other part which derived from Daisy's research. So as I was reading all these virtual reality papers, I came across this field, a nascent field, of animal embodiment. So essentially, HCI, human-computer interaction researchers, were creating virtual reality systems, exploiting the kind of phenomenon of virtual presence to allow people to experience the sensory motor contingencies of different animals. So you could create a VR system which would allow you to become a hummingbird, or a sea turtle, or a cow. And actually you'd be like, if you're a hummingbird, you'd be shrunk down to this tiny size, and you'd be flying around. And I don't really see the point of this research, but one argument is about empathy. So virtual reality has long been characterized as an empathy machine. That like when you have this kind of embodied experience in an immersive 360-degree environment, it's not just like watching a movie or reading about something abstractly. You're having this like sensory, emotional, psychological embodied experience of another ontological, metaphysical kind of mode of existence. And so if you can enter into the body of a cow, into a sea turtle, then this would bring you closer to empathizing and sympathizing with the plight of these creatures. So there was that. And then Daisy brought to my attention this essay, very famous essay by the philosopher Thomas Nagel, entitled "What Is It Like to Be a Bat?" It was published in 1970. So it's an incredibly important essay in the history of philosophy, particularly in the philosophy of the mind, philosophy of consciousness. And it basically proposes this thought experiment. There's this question: what is it like to be a bat? What if you could find a way to simulate the entire body of a bat technologically, and that a human could experience it? Would that bring you any closer to understanding the subjective experience, the consciousness of a bat? And Nagel has like this basically two answers to this. Yes. If you simulate everything on an echolocation, you're flying around, you're eating insects, somehow you find a technology which allows you to do that, then for all that produces, you're experiencing the consciousness of that. Which would suggest, if you answer yes to this question, that it's a computer, a technology, AI. If it could simulate every single neuron in the human brain, and you add onto that some actuators, like a robotic bat kind of body or something that you could enter into, then you would be simulating consciousness. And that would suggest that human consciousness is simulable. Or the ultimate answer is no. No matter what you do, you never understand the consciousness of the bat. And they call it qualia, the subjective experience of consciousness. And that would suggest that consciousness is an emergent phenomena, or a spiritual, quasi-religious idea. That it is something above, beyond what is kind of technically possible for technology to simulate. And so this has been an ongoing debate in philosophy. It kind of, in some ways, was the first salvo in this ongoing question in philosophy about what is consciousness. And in the philosophy of the mind, and philosophers like Daniel Dennett have argued this question for years. So, cut a long story short, the field of animal embodiment in virtual reality, and this question of what is it like to be a bat. And what we identified was that in this time, subsequent 40 years of debates around this question, no one has tried to do it. So, and with this field of virtual reality, we could create a VR experience which allows you to, at least on a bare minimal threshold, experience what it's like to be a bat. you have the experience of echolocation, flying around the landscape. And the kind of experiment of that is like, does it bring you any closer to the consciousness of that? But in some ways, the question, that was a premise, the kind of conceit of the work. But so we needed to go further. And another element that we identified as a kind of absence in the literature, in subsequent responses to this question of what it's like to be that in philosophy, in science, is that no one had actually questioned the kind of duality of having human and animal separate categories, as separate immutable categories themselves. It's assumed that human and animal are two different ontological states, and that it's like a switch that you move from one to the other. But from Daisy's research in anthropology, she was aware, and probably most of you are all aware, that there's an extensive thousands-year-old tradition in indigenous cultures of human-animal transformation. And one particular example that we were interested in is in the ethnographic fieldwork of the anthropologist Eduardo Rivera de Castro, who looked at the Yanomami tribe in the Amazon and looked at their practices of human jaguar transformation, that they have these rituals for humans to enter into the state, become a jaguar. But again, it's not an on-off switch. It's not these two separate immutable states. You go from one to the other. You need a shaman. You need sometimes psychedelic drugs. You need a ritual. And that the liminal space, the transition between human and animal is as important, if not the most important thing about human-animal transformation itself. And in these terms, it's less about transforming from an animal to a human or a human back to an animal. It's more about finding the animal in the human and the human in the animals, discovering that we are animals and discovering that fact, kind of breaking the ego down, the self down to the point where you understand this fundamental animality present in us all, despite all the pretenses otherwise. And so these kind of thoughts became the basis of developing the work. So we wouldn't just create a virtual reality system which allowed you to transform into a bat. And also, we weren't going to just choose any generic bat. We decided to focus on a specific bat, the bats which live in our village, in Lantau Island. And we want to create a ritual, a meditative experience which would augur and massage your transformation from human to a bat, back to a human-like state. And with the kind of background knowledge that I had from my PhD research about Vajrayana, Buddhism, and deity transformation and embodied. So we created this version. This is a video version of the virtual reality experience. Essentially, you walk through the village, through the different bat roosting sites, and you go to the area where the bats feed, and then you elevate, you kind of float above the landscape, and then you go through this process of transformation. And the video you saw before this one was based on our research in trying to identify the specific bat which lives in our village. So we used ultrasonic recorders. So as you all know, bats communicate with echolocation. They're sending out ultrasonic screams, which basically scan the environment sound, and they kind of triangulate a sound image of their environment. And so we can't hear them because ultrasonic means it's above 20,000 hertz. But you can use different technologies, ultrasonic recorders, to record them, and you kind of pitch them down, and we actually use those recordings of bats in that first video. And then that's also how you identify bat species, or how zoologists and biologists identify different bat species, by the unique signature of each bat. So every bat species has a unique spectrogram, like signature, and they basically compare the signatures and then catch the bat itself, and then correlate the particular vocal pattern of the bat to the species, and that's how you identify. So we identified that the bat lives in our village is the Pipistrellus abramus, Japanese house bat. And so the first phase of the project was the research. We created that video that you saw in the beginning, which was also used as the still for the Symposium. And I used the Unity game engine to visualize a LiDAR scan of the environment around our village. So LiDAR is essentially sending out a laser and scanning the environment and measuring the distance between the camera and the different objects it hits, and creating something called a point cloud, kind of a cloud of points which visualize that landscape. And it's quite similar to echolocation itself. So we use this point cloud data to generate this virtual environment, which is half machine, half bat, half human. And this is, the video version of the experience. And there's also a virtual reality version of that. And I think I've gone 5 minutes over time. I think I'll leave it with that. Thank you.